Hello. Welcome to the pub. All right, we're live. Yeah. So here we go. Welcome everybody. Total chaos start here. Hopefully the sound is all right. We got 3 people viewing. That's cool. Welcome 3, whoever you are. Like I said, chaotic start. A bit on the flustered side down here. A little bit on the warm side. Gonna try to go without fan. See how that works. Not getting anything here in the comments. Hey, there's a comment from my buddy. What's going on, Last Dance? Good to see you, man. Welcome. Hand sanitized for no apparent reason. It's just out of sheer habit. Hello, cup of tea. Welcome. I hope you're having yourself a good evening and a good week, maybe a cold beverage or a warm beverage, whatever. Just hope you're enjoying yourself. Good solid day today. Logged some good beach time. Got a backpack tan. It looks kind of ridiculous. Didn't really think about that fishing with just a backpack. Sans shirt, so silly, but whatever. I'll fix it somehow. Sunscreen. That's how you solve that. Cockspur rum. Cool. How do you drink that? Straight? Rocks? I like my rum with a splash of water on the rocks. Very simple. I like the taste of good rum. Let's look it up. Good looking stuff. $30 a bottle. Looks decent. Making it since 1884. Very nice. Yeah, looks good, man. That isn't... Oh wait, Cockspur Platinum Rum. White rum goes for $18. Okay, so there is very obviously cheaper and more expensive versions of it. Cool. Never heard of it. If I come across it, I'll grab the $30 range bottle. I've got some plantation rum upstairs. I believe it's from Barbados. I've featured it once before here. Decent stuff. Smooth. Tastes of toasted sugar. A hint of molasses. Very smooth though. Cool. Yeah, with Coke. Can't beat that. A little rum and Coke. I do like that drink. It's very sweet, but with a nice cocktail cherry, maraschino cherry in there. You want to go about 50-50 rum and Coke, so you have it in a glass like this, you know, a little glass. No reason to be drinking all that damn soda. You only need a little bit. That's a margarita, by the way, made with Luna Azul tequila, orange curacao, lime juice, and plenty of ice, shaken well. 2 shots, half shot, quarter of a lime, and ice. That's it. It's booze, lime juice, and ice. And not much lime juice, and it is fire. I'd say margarita top 3 cocktails of all time. A, it has one thing that I love: simplicity. B, it's tart, it's sour. That's what I like. It's not overly sweet. You can control the sweetness by controlling the liqueur that you add, which is either going to be triple sec, orange curacao, or if you're going very fancy, Grand Marnier. You only need a cap full of Grand Marnier. It's so sweet. And of course, good fresh lime juice. And you want to be shaking the shit out of that thing until ice crystals form on the outside of the shaker. Then you are ready to go. That's my perfect margarita. No mix involved ever. No purchasing of anything that's a mix in a bottle. It's just garbage. It's amateur hour for kids. You know, they want to get wasted. They make it with the mix. You know, that's lame. I mean, if you've ever seen a bartender's Bible or any of those drinks, it's not like they tell you to make a pina colada by mixing rum with pina colada mix, obviously, right? That's rum, pineapple juice. Then there's this pineapple syrup you're supposed to use, and lime juice, and that is basically a pina colada. It's a tasty drink, but make you whatever you want next weekend, Sammy. Any kind, honestly. You name it, we have a blender. I have endless opportunities and possibilities. Frozens are nice. Certainly a frozen pina colada. There is no other way to do a pina. I'm not a cocktail snob per se. I've attained a level that I like good drinks because I save them up. Usually, you know, for Saturdays I'll have a few, and you know, I want them to be primo if I'm, you know, making it a Saturday night thing, you know. That's good stuff. Exciting news. I believe I have a Miller Lite in the house. One Miller Lite. Hey, Rene Jean. I would not say it is an aphrodisiac, but you know, it's definitely going to raise your blood sugar. It's definitely going to give you a little hit of rum. Yeah, I mean, it's not technically listed as an aphrodisiac, but I'd say sure, yeah, give it a shot, man. It might work. And welcome, Rene Jean. Good to have you. Known aphrodisiacs that I know of. Bull penis, I've heard, is an aphrodisiac. Oysters, it's an aphrodisiac. Shit, there's not that many that really readily come to mind. Mango? Didn't I hear that on Seinfeld? George gets some fresh mango and he gets all aroused. He's got to run out of the apartment. I don't know. Name the other aphrodisiacs that I'm missing. Penis collider. Blueberry. What do we have over here? Let's have a sniff. Black olives. Hadn't heard that one before. It smells earthy, like an OG. I am down for some OG. I never heard that, but I do like me some black olives, so. I mean, you got to be in a pretty rough spot to be going for the old bull penis. Holy shit. I meant to show you guys, my buddy got me another gift. The dude, the gift man, he brought me the Barbados rum. He brought me a grinder. Looks identical to the one I used to have, but it's not. It's new. And it had this cool sticker on it, which just fell off. Crazy, huh? So I'm going to try to save that. I mean, will I reactivate the adhesive if I just stick it on the wall so the next time he comes over he gets to see it? Maybe. Maybe not. That's a knot. And it's on the ground way over yonder. Alright, that's over. Yep. Abstinence or absinthe? Abstinence, yeah, that'll do it. Alright. No sticker, but the grinder still functions well. It's already it was so much smoother when I started. It's already getting gummed up. It's titanium. This old one I had was called aerospace, which I always assumed it was titanium. Or, no, I'm sorry, aluminum. I think they're aluminum. They're cut aluminum. They cut them with a lathe or something like that. I believe, if that makes sense. You metal guys would know more than me. I'm pretty sure they just take blanks and cut them out with a pattern on a lathe. Yeah, an automatic lathe. Super simple. Just gotta buy the lathe to start, I think. Or I'm assuming what people do is just buy these things. Some other company makes them and they just put their own branding on them. In this case, the key. And the key is gone. Lamage. Keyless. Wondering what's the big story over in the UK right now. What is everybody dealing with? Over here, I don't know. There's a lot of different things going on, but we can get into it tonight. A little white powder at the White House. Let's see here. I wonder what that white powder was. Maybe there was a song written about that powder. Volume warning. Okay, yeah. Alright, good to know. Give you a heads up when I'm doing that again. But yeah, we can discuss the cocaine thing. Some people are saying it's not a big deal. Others are saying it is a big deal. I don't remember this sort of thing happening before, but I don't like it. I don't like cocaine to be at the White House. I think that's a bad thing. There was some video recently of an interaction between Jill Biden when they were on the balcony or something. Somebody filmed her face and she looked somewhat annoyed. I don't think I'm gonna find that easily. Twitter, not easy to find stuff sometimes. Yeah, that's it right there. Oh, I did find it. She just looks super annoyed in this news story, so yeah, I gotta find a better version of it. I don't know if you know the one I'm talking about, Last Dance, where she's standing on like a porch next to Joe and Hunter's bopping around behind her with some of the kids, and she just looks somewhat annoyed. Oh, cool. English bottle cap. That's a good one. It sounds like a big one, big story, and it definitely has a British sort of, how can I explain that? It's a very British story, obviously. Sexually explicit photos, mother claims, drug addict. Yeah, it's got it. And the BBC, of course. Yeah, wow. We'll get into that a little bit. There you go. Thanks, Last Dance. I mean, it was likely Hunter's cocaine. I don't know if we have any information about where it was found, who found it, anything like that. Right? Don Jr. Haha, of course. No, it was no leftover. It was brought in by, and I believe it was in a fairly private area, not where a tour group could go. Any more information people have about this, you can feel free to enlighten me. Just see how this OG is. Not bad. Dry. Was that thunderously loud earlier when I played the guitar? Just so I can understand volumes and how you guys are hearing it. I can turn it down a little. One would imagine Last Dance that they would, certainly know. It wouldn't be, probably wouldn't be hard for them to figure out. I'm sure everything is extremely well monitored and tracked. It is the White House, after all. Okay. Volume warming coming up. Warming. Crush my cables. a little bit of Curtis Lowe, the Ballad of Curtis Lowe by Leonard Skinner, as well as a free wheel and jam at the end. There you go, English bottle cap. Yeah, it's a mystery to me why it's so loud if the mic, but this must be a room microphone, hence the reason why it picks up the friggin' fan so much. Obviously, this thing's pointed up here at me. The amplifier is down here, almost at a 90-degree angle, barely in front of the microphone, and it's still hammering it on the microphone's volume level. So yeah, this is a cool microphone, and it would be good for an interview mic, maybe for two people talking, have it between them. It would definitely pick up both voices, but when there's a lot of extraneous sounds or stuff you don't want to get picked up in this, like you guys can probably even hear my refrigerator motor going. I've got the fan room blocked off, I've got my fan shut off, so should be fairly quiet here compared to some nights. And I don't have an air conditioner down here. That's something I would not want to add to the volume level on this show. It would be tough because there's no windows. Yeah, see what I mean? This thing it's cool, but it also allows me to be more freewheeling where I don't have to have my face right in it. I don't want one of those types of microphones where I have to have this fucking thing hanging over me in front of the camera. You know, I don't like that. I do like the fact that this thing is off to the side, kind of out of view, or barely in view. I guess if I was in a proper studio, quiet room, you know, controlled climate, no fans needed, it would be a lot better. But you guys could hear the birds a few weeks ago right outside the door, so come to think of it, this microphone's incredible. Picks up everything. I think you guys even heard me pissing once in the driveway. Like, I come back, Aphid's like, yep, we just heard you peeing, dude. The whole thing. I was like, oh my god. Microphone. That trouble, that's pretty good, cup of tea. Zing! I like it. Well, seems as good a time as any to play some acoustic guitar. Let's mix it up a little. Acoustic should be better volume. Play a little Grateful Dead. Acoustic. Yeah, there you go. What's up, Scum TV? How you doing, man? Till about 20 hounds. Couldn't get to sleep that night in the morning. Came around, said I'm not gonna take my side. I'm afraid the devil is a friend of mine. If I get before daylight, this might get some sleep tonight. Got two friends in Reno, man, and one in Tennessee. First one says she got my child, man, she don't look like me. I messed the words up, I kind of forget that. But it's a great Dead song, a little friend of the devil. Somehow this is even louder. That's funny, dude. I need glasses to play guitar. It's like the stickers that you get for little kids at the beginning, so I can see what the hell fret I'm on. What am I doing? I'm getting my hat. I need to grab my headphones. Welcome, scum. Hey, Last Dance. I'm gonna add you in. Are you ready? What's going on? How are you, man?
Hey, all right. Happy Saturday.
Same to you, buddy. How are you? How's your week?
Oh, it was a good week.
We're in the throes of summer here now. We're up
Yeah.
very warm, very warm.
Typical summer week, hot, humid. Not too hot, though.
Hot as hell here yesterday.
Yeah.
Today was in the 80s, which is still pretty good.
It was in the 80s last week, which I'll take.
Cool.
Typically, we have a bunch of days in the 90s in summer here, so 80s is a good deal.
Mm-hmm. 80s. So 80s is not that hot for you, is what you're saying, relatively speaking.
Right. It's not that hot.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So my 80s is your 90s,
Yeah,
and
typically.
my low 90s would be your high 90s, creeping towards 100. Do you ever hit 100?
Sometimes on a bad day.
Yeah. You have like throughout the house AC.
Yeah.
And that works pretty good.
Oh yeah, it works fine.
You change the filters and all that regularly.
All the time.
Good man, because that's the most common thing. People forget about it. It gets covered in shit, and then your unit can freeze up, and when it freezes, you can get a crack, and yada yada. You lose all your coolant. You have to get your coil replaced. It can just be a whole nightmare. So it's the most simple thing. Change your filters.
One time years ago that I had something that the guy called a cracked pan. And I had no idea what that meant.
Yeah, that's just the condensate that drips off of it, off the coil, because it's warm air passing over a cold coil.
Right.
Creates condensation that drips into a condensate pan that's connected to a drain that's supposed to go down a drain. And those pans are notorious for rotting and cracking and failing.
Aren't they made of metal? I mean, how's it going to crack unless it?
Galvanized sheet metal rusts, even though it's galvanized.
It's just rust. Okay.
Yeah, it's rust and it's flaking and it just fucking fails over the years. And there's nothing you can do about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The brand new ones are a lot more rust proof. The older back you went, that galvanizing thing just didn't seem to last, you know. Mm-hmm. I guess it's sort of just a coating. Is it right? When you galvanize metal, I think I think it's a coating.
No idea.
Scum's in Toronto. Just started raining. Nice weather there in the summer. I think. I don't know. It could be 100, and I wouldn't even know. I'm totally talking out of my ass. I just envision that it's so much further north that it's a little cooler.
Well, I don't know if Toronto is north of you. I'm not sure.
It has to be.
Well, don't forget the Great Lakes dip down. Well, we could just look at a map, huh?
They do exist, maps.
Well, I was looking at Google Maps. Yeah. Scroll out here.
Exactly. 19 degrees centigrade. Very nice. That is a perfect temperature, I think. Again, talking out of my ass.
Let's see.
Just visually.
Toronto is just a little bit north of you.
Yes! See. Oh, he says 19 there today. 66.2 degrees. That is pretty damn nice. Not exactly shorts weather, but nice.
Well, they're kind of nestled on Lake Ontario, and they got, and the wind blows off Lake Huron, and so they're kind of in an island in the middle of three Great Lakes. So Probably.
There's our boy.
Good evening, all.
What's going on, Lee? How are you, man?
Hey, Lee, how's it going?
Yeah, good. How are you?
All right, good to see
Hiya,
you.
Last Dance. Hiya, Steve.
Hi, buddy.
Hiya, Smokesteve's wine. How are you all?
Very well. How you doing? Any good concerts this week?
Good. No,
Late?
not this week.
No?
Nothing
Okay.
this week. No.
Mellow week for you.
No,
Taking
quiet this week.
it. Cool. What are you up to tonight? Having a drink?
Oh.
Yep, you froze.
Connection.
You want to restart?
Hello?
There you are. You're good. You're back.
I'm good. Okay, sure. Hey, you boys, you naughty boys, you're creating trouble again.
Who's in trouble?
Through Mr. Biden, UK's not happy about these cluster bombs.
Oh God!
I mean, it's
I'm
just
not happy
another.
either. So don't.
They have. What was the number I heard? About a 2.4% failure average. And these are the good ones. The other ones had maybe a 10% failure average. So they said no, we've whittled it down so 2.4% could fail. So I don't know, what does one of these munitions have in it? 100 clusters? 1,000?
No, I don't know about 1,000, but
Not sure.
2.4%. You know, it'll be enough bomblets that it'll do some
It's-
damage afterward.
Right. So let's say for every 200, 5 will fail, more or less.
Yep.
And let's say they're going to drop 200,000 bomblets. That would be 5,000 that didn't.
See, the funny thing is, I don't really. As far as I know, there have been no air raids at all with airplanes.
How are they going to use these things?
And I gotta think they're planning on sticking them on cruise missiles or drones or storm shadow missiles or something. I don't know what they're doing.
So it's a purely anti-personnel device.
Right. It would be very effective in these trenches. So,
Yeah.
I could see the attraction.
Yeah, so don't we have like CIA advisors and shit over there? We must.
I'm sure we do, fuckheads.
So these are the guys who are saying send the cluster bombs. It's not like they're blindly just saying okay to the Ukrainians. I assume there's some U.S. observers, CIA, whatever. Maybe even like Green Berets who are just outside of the country communicating with some of the leaders. That's possible, right?
I have learned that anything from close coordination to just no coordination is possible.
Mm-hmm.
So you really can't be sure what's going on. You would guess that this is the result of a lot of planning,
Mm-hmm.
and but it's also possible this is just some dude in the Ukraine military said, I'd like a few cluster bombs.
Right. Or a few. I mean, at this level, we got to be talking a couple thousand. I mean, we're not sending.
How could you have 1,000? You can't. You don't have any. You're not flying any sorties.
You're right. What are they going to do with these? Are they attached to missiles or are they just warheads? Like, how does that?
They're attached to. They're bombs that are full of these little bomblets, the submunitions they're called. It's like a big bomb that has a bunch of baby bombs in it, but you drop it from something that can carry heavy munition like that.
Yeah. So we're talking. This thing's 500 pounds at minimum.
Something like that. Yeah, I don't know exactly how heavy it is, but it's
Can you
heavy.
can you not deliver them by artillery? No.
I don't think so. I mean, everybody's probably built. They probably have built a artillery shell that has submunitions, but it's not going to have that many. Not like a cluster bomb.
Right, and kind of the thunderous speed of artillery is part of its It's the explosion as well as the velocity of those things that cause, and if you fragment that, it's going to be, I would think, limit its range possibly, or possibly make it less effective at killing or, destroying or whatever,
Yeah, I don't know.
It's crazy. Certainly makes you think. Doesn't really give you any answers that they say now there's cluster bombs going over there. Now it's more like, what for? What are they going to do?
It's just a pattern that's continuing of continual escalation. It's
a smart bomb. Hell yeah.
It's frog boiling. The temperature gets notched up a degree every week.
Cool.
Okay. So yeah, it's really distressing.
It is. It's bizarre because it almost seems like our side is almost like they're on the other side of a fence that they think a dog could never get through, so they just keep fucking with the dog.
Yep.
Eventually the dog finds a way and gets your ass. I'm not saying, it's a simplistic way of looking at it, but
and the dog's getting angrier and angrier every time.
Exactly. The dog, they feign that they're cool, at least Putin tries to, but I think what we see and what they're doing is obviously two vastly different things,
Yeah.
When they were staging this whole thing, he was lying through his teeth saying it was just military exercises, It was like, nobody fucking believes that, and then, the next day, they're fucking invading, It was like, he has no problem completely lying.
Yeah, you have to guess where he's at, but the best thing to do is to put yourself in his shoes, and think about how what you're doing is impacting the future, not just the present.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I agree with you. Foxing Band making some points about Biden's health.
Getting up with him, he's the choice of an entire party for the next election.
Right.
Right. He's we're a pretty dysfunctional country.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we are. Our dysfunction is so obvious and apparent now.
It is.
We can't get no excuses anymore, man. We're just fucked,
Right.
People make comparisons to the fall of Rome. I don't think it's that drastic, but on the other hand, I'd like us to be able to come together and fix this. Let's get some people. Let's get some younger people that represent more of what the majority wants,
The majority is the problem. The majority is too stupid to get ourselves out of this.
Yeah, it's all an issue-based thing. How you feel about certain issues predisposes who you are and your identity.
It's so bad that I think, one side could run Jeffrey Dahmer as their presidential candidate. The other side could run, John Gacy. And a third party could run Abraham Lincoln. And one of the Dahmer or Gacy would win.
Right. People would say about Gacy, well, Gacy didn't eat them, and then the Dahmer people would say, well, Dahmer didn't go after as many little boys.
Exactly. So. That's what it would look like. And then each side would accuse the other of negative campaigning.
Right, exactly. Crazy.
Would you say that, irrespective of where your politics lie, that most Americans, do you think there's a general feeling of just disillusioned with government at the moment?
No. I think most people are just too stupid to realize how bad things are.
Yeah. I think that's the same here for them.
No, it's not. politicians are so much better than
Oh, no, they're
so much better.
not. No, they're not.
I want you to realize that the two leading candidates, they're not, they haven't had the primaries yet, but the two leading candidates include a guy who refused to concede his loss and is on his way to prison for taking classified information just so he can impress guests at his home. And the other guy is demented and getting worse.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And obviously so.
Yeah.
And those are the two leading candidates. Nobody could crack that stellar field.
Yeah, yeah. I think the way you've explained it, you convinced me that actually you're right.
It's one of those rare times where I can say that I think that Jill Biden, the president's wife, Madam President, is far more appropriate to be president than the actual president. Like I'm not a fan of hers, but
she may be the president. You don't really know who's calling,
yeah, I mean,
calling
seriously.
shots there. It sure ain't Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, I mean it's just he doesn't. I have no confidence in the guy. It sucks, but I don't know who's tweeting when it's under his name.
It's not him. He doesn't. It's definitely not him. I mean,
it's not him.
Which wouldn't be a big deal, if he had a staffer do it. But he doesn't have anything to do with those tweets. He doesn't dictate them. He doesn't select the topics. He doesn't know anything about it.
Honestly, dude, he can't have a Twitter account.
Of course, he could never.
No, the fucking tweets would be all gibberish because you can't delete
right.
tweets. I don't think, right? Can you delete tweets?
You could delete. No, you could delete tweets.
But there'd be screenshots of
There'll
them.
be screenshots.
Yeah.
Everything the president deletes. I mean, tweets will be saved forever.
Right. Yeah, he could never have it. It would. He can't even get a sentence out now. I mean, the amount of stuff out there is unbelievable of his gaffes.
It really
He
is.
recently told people he sold state secrets to somebody, and everyone's like, "No, that's a joke." Why is he fucking joking about that?
Because he jokes. See, that's what he does. He's it's at a stage where he still has the instincts to joke, but he lacks the instincts to know where the boundaries are anymore.
Well
So
said.
it's always a disaster. It's just.
But isn't that typical of somebody of that age as well?
He's a little worse than somebody of that age on average.
Yeah, my father's far more with it than him, and my father's +7 on Joe. So
Right.
He is worse than Carter. And Carter's 100.
Carter cannot be killed. I mean, cockroaches and Carter will be left if there's a nuclear war, man. That guy he's a legend. I mean, you may not have liked his politics. All in all, I think he was a good person,
I think he just celebrated his 73rd, 4th wedding anniversary.
Yeah,
Wow. That's amazing.
it's crazy, man. Yeah. Anyways, back to Joe. What's he done that's good? Let's turn this around. Come on. It's Happy Joe hour. Happy Joe. What have we got?
Well,
the infrastructure plan.
Got us out of Afghanistan. That was amazing. I didn't think it would ever happen.
Jeez, yeah, that was out of the blue, wasn't it? Didn't bother telling anybody else.
Yeah, but out is out. I don't care if you do it well or just rip the Band-Aid off. Just get out. And so I'll accept complaining, but I'm happy we're gone.
I agree with you to a certain degree last time. So I think get out as quickly as possible. It's just all the equipment you left behind. It was a travesty. I mean, all the hardware. My God! I mean, you basically armed another country.
Well, let the Taliban have it. They're the government. I mean, I think we should just have a normal diplomatic relationship with whoever is in the government of Afghanistan. I don't care if it's the Taliban.
I mean, hell, we're buddying up with Saudi Arabia, and they're not fucking little Bo Peep over there. They
No.
cut your hand off if you steal some fucking goat milk, for Christ's sake, you know?
No, I mean it's not about approving of the way they run the country.
That's what I mean. We're friends with them, so we should apply that logic to... It's the oil, you know?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to, man.
I mean, we should have normal diplomatic relations with Cuba, with Venezuela. If everybody except
North
perhaps
Korea.
North Korea, everybody except Iran.
Really?
And only because they broke the only protocol that matters, and that is not taking diplomats hostage in the embassy. You can't have diplomatic relations if they're going to prey on the diplomats. You know, that's kind of
right.
the premise.
Mm-hmm.
So that, unfortunately, unless they apologize, and they never will for that.
Now, are you talking about in Iran or in
Iran?
In Iran.
Yeah.
So when did that happen?
1980.
Okay, that's an older version, right? The newer in Libya that happened, right?
No.
With the Libyan government, didn't they take over our embassy? Was it Libya?
No, I don't think so.
Where was the one where the guys died? Heroically.
That wasn't an embassy, but that wasn't really the government. It's kind of...
What the hell was that? I thought it was an embassy.
Things are very fluid there.
Okay.
You know, since we overthrew Gaddafi, things are not, who is who and who's in charge is hard. Ascendant C18, hello.
How you doing?
I don't recall that one.
I do not. Good evening to you, young chap, if 18 is your age. I'm just smoking tobacco, if you're wondering.
How come?
No, it's weed. I was only saying that because he's under 18. Come on.
Lee, get with the program, Lee. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, who would smoke tobacco through a glass pipe?
Yeah, that's weird.
Back in the day, when you went, when you went to head shops in Massachusetts, head shop was where you bought glass, or where potheads would go shopping. You couldn't say bong, you couldn't say weed, you couldn't say bowl. You could only say glass pipe. Like, you had the laws, because they were only implying that you're only using that for tobacco. Like, give me a fucking break. But of course, since it's become legal, it's completely different here. Last Dance, where's your nong? I'm not sure what that means. Bong. Okay.
I don't smoke, so I don't have.
Alright, I gotta grab 2 more quick beers if you guys want to chat. And maybe if you have something else you want to jump in on, we can cover whatever.
Watch, I'll mute him now and it will be like quiet. See that?
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's his fan, isn't it?
It's either his fan or his refrigerator motor. His mic is very sensitive and picks up
right.
audio from just anywhere.
Yeah, I get you.
So where do you think this is going to end? Ukraine mess.
I reckon. I think it will end. I'm hoping by the end of this year. Sorry, I was just having a real think then. I'm hoping it will end by the end of this year.
I think the only chance of it ending is for presidential change here in the United States.
Oh, really?
Because I think this administration is committed to funding whatever it takes to keep the war going.
Yeah.
And I don't think although you can't be sure, I don't think a Republican president would have that perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Definitely. But the thing is, when's your next election?
So it's in November of 2024. So about a year and
4 months.
4 months, yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's come around.
It will. And yeah, I mean, there's really only one other candidate who I've noticed who I'm putting anything towards, like, is this Kennedy guy.
Yeah, he's the only
Legitimate, right?
he's the only one who's polling at all now, but he really has no chance. First of all, the DNC, isn't going to let him compete. But I don't even think he would if there were debates and he had all access. I don't think he would win in the Democratic primary. I think he would get creamed by Biden.
In a debate, him versus Biden, you think he would lose?
He would win every debate, but he would lose all the primaries.
Okay, so hence your statement earlier: when people are stupid, voters are stupid.
Yes.
They wouldn't see that Joe is getting, run circles around in a debate with this guy. It wouldn't matter. Essentially,
It
is what
wouldn't
you're
matter,
saying.
exactly. They already know what Joe is.
Right.
Nobody has any illusions, including his most ardent supporters, about what Joe Biden is and what his what his mental sharpness is these days.
If Joe Biden wins the next election, does that mean can he choose a different vice president, or does Kamala stay the vice president?
He'll run with Kamala.
Oh my God!
It's not guaranteed, but I'm sure that's what the plan is. And,
yeah,
and he almost certainly won't survive. So she'll end up being president at some point.
Do you reckon? Seriously?
Well, I mean, how old is he now? He'll be 81, maybe, or 80 when he takes office.
Oh my God! If she became president, that would be a disaster.
Yes, of course it would, but she would be no more of the president. She would be no more of a president than Biden is. It would be a presidency run by Democratic Party DNC staffers, just like it is now.
Right.
So Biden is basically a figurehead, and so would she.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you think like a Barack Obama has a good hand in that, being that the ties he has with Joe?
Considering all the other possibilities, that would probably be a better result than many other options out there.
How does that work? Do you think he's in some sort of advisory role? Is there some sort of a primary person in the White House who's contacting all of these people? Do they all have like a group email? Are they all brainstorming probably via email and coming up with different directions? And
yeah, I think they're all, they're all in contact. Everybody is aware of what is good for the party.
Yeah.
And polling is done. It's just it's corporate politics, basically, and it doesn't require a breathing, functioning president.
I kind of lost you at polling and picked back up. That doesn't require a breathing, functioning president. But polling, who's doing the polling and how large scale? Like, what do you mean?
They just have firms that do polling all the time.
Pew Research, shit like
all
that.
Kinds of, all sorts of polling. It's done continuously, and of various types.
Have you ever been polled?
I've been phoned, yes, once.
Large poll?
It was a large poll, yeah.
No, really. Like, did you go through with it? Did you fucking answer all the questions and shit?
Yeah, I did once. I mean, these days I would just hang up the phone,
But you're a conservative, so they would have called you on a Republican, an RNC sort of a focus group type thing or whatever.
I prefer to say I'm a libertarian, but yes, it would have been a Republican pollster.
Uh-huh. Cold call?
Oh yeah, they're cold calls. Except that my name is on the rolls.
Right.
As a registered Republican, so not completely cold.
Did you, back in the day, used to get the political, questions, or are you going to vote for our candidate this year? text yes, like before elections, like you get a bunch of those. You get those? We get them here in Massachusetts like crazy.
I don't get text messages.
I do. Yes.
I get tons of mail, but I don't. It never even makes it into the house. I just
know.
To put it right into the recycling bin before
It's
I get
fucked
into
up.
the house.
I have a pile in my truck, and every week I drop at my work recycling because we fill this one at the house so much. So as much as I can do out of here is, and it's literally maybe 1 in 5 things we actually need in the house, and even those are only archaic companies that won't do fucking online banking. They still send you a bill for something, like a paper bill, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
It's totally like Kramer said. The mail is obsolete. What are we getting? Victoria's Secret catalogs and fucking grocery flyers? Everything can be done online. Yeah, but what are you going to do? We get these texts here from people. The first couple times I got them, I actually responded like I swore at the person and was like, don't be fucking texting me, blah, blah, blah. And they texted me back and said, geez, I was just trying to see your opinion if you were going to vote for this person. Then I felt like a jerk, so I didn't do that ever again. Because I was like, holy crap, there's another person there. It's not a fucking computer. Oh my God, I feel like a dickhead. So from then on, I just respond no, and then of course it stops texting you for that particular number. But it could be like 50 different times you have to say no before it stops.
That might have been true when it happened to you, but in the future, these AI responses will just they will be able to feign a hurt attitude to make you feel guilty to do it. So it'll be funny.
Yeah, and I just heard Elon Musk talking about AI it's getting it all wrong in his opinion. He thinks it's creating this false information of reality. It's not reality. It's picking what it finds off of Reddit and sometimes Twitter and whatever it can get off the internet. It's just farming data to shape people, to come up with how people are going to do things, express things, create things. It's just adding. And I heard an interesting thing from Musk saying it's going to be all wrong because there's way more to humanity than what it's farming through.
Oh, for sure, but for some things, humanity is very simple. Like someone you're calling you up to ask you for your opinion.
That, yes.
There's only a few kinds of responses, and people act a certain way, and they have data on everything, so they know, and it's more individualized than ever. Mm-hmm. So,
no, you're right about
Yeah.
About basics like stuff like that. I agree, but when it comes to like creating music or creating a movie script or a movie idea, like I don't see AI being able to accurately come through on these or things, that have a distinctly human touch to them. And only the good ones are liked by humans, and most of them are hated. That's why there's so few great movies and so few great songs and great bands out of the millions and millions that are out there. For AI to copy greatness is going to be impossible.
But that isn't the goal of AI. The goal of AI is to make money, and it only has to be better than the average.
Right.
Music better than the average movie. It doesn't have to be great. It can be, how much. Let's take let's say CBS, ABC, NBC, and Fox, what used to be called the broadcast networks. Mm-hmm. I mean, the average quality of their TV is abysmal.
Right.
How hard would it be to, duplicate these utterly formulaic sitcoms and, things like 24. They all have very simple formulas. It helps to have good actors, but the scripts, they're so predictable.
Yes.
Yeah. So Well, he is the Democrats' first choice. That's the truth. He is the most Democrats' first choice.
Mm-hmm. You know, AI versus Biden, AI would probably be better. And I don't think highly of AI, but
I've got to disagree with you to a slight degree. Well, probably not disagree, but just another slant on it is. I think AI, to make money, but secondly, also about control. I think ultimately that's what it all goes. It's about controlling your population, knowing who's doing what, who could be troublesome, and how that could be punished. Maybe making life more difficult for that particular person. I think that's his ultimate goal. I mean, when we watch things like Chaotic, and you see all the stuff that go, when you get a real view of the world of just how many mad people out there, things that are happening, as much as it will go against the conspiracy people out there of, we're telling you they're all trying to control you, this, that, and the other. I sometimes think, as a slight counter argument, that is actually needed, because we're not good as a species. You know what I mean? We're pretty violent. We do weird things. We kill each other. This, that. So maybe a degree of it is needed, just to keep control, to keep it slightly civilized. And I think there's certainly a degree of AI will be part of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for less control. I think control is the problem. Lack of freedom. People aren't appreciating the things that they should be appreciating.
Yeah, but
like all the shit that happens on the internet is so shitty compared to when you're out and you enjoy what the world is giving you, Yeah,
but you've got to remember, Steve, from your point of view, Last Dance, myself, and our other viewers, that's a normal, rationalized point of view. There are some people out there, because the way that you live, that they don't like that, and therefore they want to eliminate you. So they're fanatical.
That's right.
Their beliefs are. So you're looking at it very much from your point of view, which I totally agree with. Life's for enjoying. Let's live in peace. I don't care what the colour of your skin is. I don't care what your religion is. As long as we can just live in peace and get on with it all, that's great. But some people don't think like us, and they would rather, and they think we're living the wrong way and wanted to kill us. So.
Right. I think that's why guys like you and I are fascinated with Chaotic. And what was the other website you said before?
No, it was just Chaotic. That's the main one I tune into.
I think when we look at that and we see those people dying, and we say to ourselves, damn, they're like, it makes you realize what you have, what I have, what Last Dance has, how good it is. It might not be great. We might not be fucking loaded with Lamborghinis in the driveway, but it's damn good than most, As they said about Tiger Woods in his prime, better than most, and that's how I feel. Especially when you see these poor bastards on Chaotic. Then you're like, fuck, the world is a shitty place, man. Yeah. And us living in civilized society that takes care of its citizens, I think it's good. I don't know, all these people bitching and saying it sucks are completely fucking out of touch, man. It's incredible. Thank God for the United States,
You're right. Yeah, totally agree with you. Yeah.
I don't know. There's just like so much division. Everything's fucking wrong by somebody's. Either you're right or you're wrong, but somebody will always find you wrong, no matter what. Ascendancy knows Chaotic. Yeah, it's still there, and he got the spelling right, so he knows it for sure, man. Scum, still in the house. Thanks for hanging, brother. You're always welcome to join in, Scum. Link in the description.
Yeah,
he's a cool dude.
Some would say we have enough scum on screen, but I think we could use a little more.
He does some cool videos. He did a cool video on Father's Day with his son grabbing a burger at BK, and they were just chatting. And I was like, cool, right on. Cool live stream, man.
Yeah.
Did you happen to catch that Last Dance?
No, I didn't.
That was cool. Seems like he had a good young man there. He's training him well. Last Dance. Do you go to BK for the Veggie Whopper?
I have, and I do sometimes.
That's such a ripoff, man. The veggies aren't great. That's
true.
But in a pinch, you're like, I want something to eat. I'm going to grab this.
How long did you do the veggies last night? How long?
I'm not exactly sure because I didn't bother to, keep track of when I started, but it would have been sometime around 1989 or 1990.
What? Yeah, a long time then.
Long time, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Back when your options were wicked limited back then, huh?
Yep. Back when I was in my late 20s.
What made you do it?
I came to view animals as something that are not. I'm not willing to consider them to be lesser beings that are that I'm going to eat.
Right, and you didn't like the idea of killing them for that.
Not killing them, not using them in agriculture. It's just my own choice, and
Wow.
it was important to me, and I have not regretted it.
So, what do you think about the statistics or the facts in terms of the way that your canines are set up, that you're designed to eat meat?
Well, I don't care. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
No, I mean, you can definitely get enough nutrition. Bottom line is protein. You have to fight to get protein if you're not eating meat. You got to be adamant about it. You can fill yourself with greens all day, but if you're not getting the protein, your muscles are not going to maintain. And you know that. So what does that come down to? Beans.
Beans,
Beans,
yeah.
They say the greatest invention that mankind's ever come across is fire.
Yes.
And the reason being is that it enabled us to cook meat, which then gave us more protein, which enabled our brains to grow.
Correct. Correct.
So you're like battling against that.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
All right, now I have
But
I have an idea for a YouTube video. I think I may have brought this up already, but if I haven't, it involves you, Last Dance. And you're going to purchase some laboratory-grown meat.
Yeah, I don't know where you get this stuff. I don't think it's available.
When it's available, I want dibs on the video.
I might be dead by the time it's available.
I mean, if it's available before you die and you can still eat, let's give it it will be hilarious, dude.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even know if I can walk you through the cooking process. But it'd be funny as hell to see you and then lap meat, exactly.
You see about it in the news, but there's nowhere to get it, as far as I can tell.
I know. NPR had that story going like.
And I believe it's my guess that these news reports are based on companies doing press releases, all designed to get more investor money to keep going, rather than. I don't think they're anywhere near commercializing it.
If it was on the shelf tomorrow, would you buy it?
Well, for sure, yeah.
Really?
I'd give it a try. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm surprised by that. But okay.
Yeah, I mean, with your mastery of vegetables at this point, you certainly have the side dishes covered. You have like the best sides ever. You've been making side dishes for your main dish for the last like 28 years, or maybe longer. I don't even know. That's crazy.
Maybe it just won't do anything for me. If it's 10 times as expensive, I'm only gonna sample it. I'm not going to buy it unless it's competitive with other options.
Yeah, I mean the protein ratio if you make beans and rice, or if you make beans and rice and throw like 6 ounces of chicken or beef in there, you're upping the protein by so much, and you can stretch that out over multiple meals. And yeah, I think if you're counting like that, you probably find that it's comparable. They should legalize cannibalism.
Okay, then I just throw this little conundrum in. Okay, so all of a sudden, meat drops in price, and it's like, let's say $1, and all vegetables cost $5, and everything flips on its head, would you go back to eating meat then?
No, I don't.
Ah,
No.
there you are then. So maybe
No.
price isn't that important.
Well, if you want that, Lee, just go to my brother's house on any weekend day. We call it Meat Fest. The guy's just at the grill, fucking meat after meat. Who wants elk? Who wants fucking bison? Who wants beef? He's like the meat man, you know?
Brilliant.
It is. He's a short-term faster. He does. So he doesn't eat until like 3 o'clock every day, and then he chows protein. It's great. I'm like, and that's healthy? And he's like, yep, totally. Like, all right, I don't know. It sounds fucking crazy to me, dude, but hey, you know.
Gotta be a little hard on your kidneys
Does
to have that much protein.
Does he eat a lot of fish though? With your as you're being fisherman?
Negative.
No.
We send most of them back. We don't keep a lot of them.
Ah, right.
I mean, we're
Last
filled.
time, do you eat fish?
No way.
No. Oh my god. And that's so healthy for you.
I know. He doesn't even lay. He's errs on the no side of honey, even though Last Dance has said honey's not going to stop him from eating something awesome. If someone says there's a little honey in that, but it's fucking delicious, giant like chickpea salad, whatever the greatest thing you can imagine. Last Dance, you'd eat it if there was a smidge of honey in it, right?
Yeah, I would.
Right. Yeah.
I just, I don't use it in my own preparations, and I don't seek it out.
Exactly.
But I won't make a big deal about it if it's in something.
It would be cool. I think owning your own bees and like harvesting some honey and letting the bees thrive and like work the area and pollinate everything. I think that in and of itself is not. That's actually adding something back and taking a little honey, for the extra effort. It's not like. But I hear you, going and buying just honey that's made at some like factory level is a different ball game. But
I'll tell you a little story of how I was tempted to make an exception. I had a coworker who she raised her own chickens for eggs, and when they stopped laying eggs because they got too old, she would give them a good life and let them live until they died of old age. And so,
you then eat them?
I don't think so. I don't think you want to eat chickens that die of old age.
Oh, that old bird is the best bird. That's what they say.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
I know.
so I thought about, should I ask her for some eggs, but I didn't.
Have you ever seen those like documentaries where I'm not? It's probably not Africa. It's probably some other continent where the guys, they're like tribes, and then they'll climb up rock cliffs that are like completely vertical, on vines. And they'll smoke the bees out, and they'll get the honeycomb. But they basically risk their life to do it. And it's like the only sort of like sweet thing that they ever eat in their life. So maybe some fruits, but it's like they risk their absolute life for it. It's unbelievable. Have you seen it? Yeah. It's incredible, isn't it?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it totally, and it's huge chunks. They eat the wax and everything. They don't give a fuck. They're loading up right there. They're loading their bellies with hundreds of grams of raw honey. It's like, can you imagine the shock that their system is getting? Like, it's unbelievable. But I mean, like, dude, they put in the work, and they're getting it. Fuck yeah. They bring a ton back to the village, but I think probably 50% of it gets consumed by the men.
Damn right.
It's awesome.
It's the picker's tax.
Yeah. There's another honey that's interesting in the Himalayan. It's this hallucinogenic honey. I've heard about. Yeah. Joe Rogan did some on his show, and of course Joe will do anything, but Joe's taking it, and the guy's like, don't take that much. It's like straight Cheech and Chong. Don't take that, man. Come on, bro. And he's like, what do you mean? I already took it. Like, yeah, it's fucking... Look that one up. That's a good Joe Rogan.
I can see clearly now.
let's get this guy on here. Whoa, look at him.
What's happening, guys?
How's it
What's
going,
up?
David Lip?
How you doing, man? Take me out to the ball game. All right.
St.
Match
Louis,
my
huh?
shirt.
What are you
Last
drinking?
place Cardinals.
Having a tough time.
Yeah, they're not having a good season this year.
What's that?
What you drinking? What you drinking?
Shock Top.
Oh, right.
Orange top. Yep.
Oh, right.
And last dance, water.
Lee seems a little
No.
soft. Can you boost up, Lee?
Yeah, I've not got my headphones on, so I'm just doing it through the speaker. Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, but I think he can bump you up a little bit.
Oh, right, okay.
I don't think he's listening to us though.
That's to you, Aphid.
Yeah, that's it. You.
Huh?
That's to
Oh
you.
no. Oh no. Oh hey.
Smoke wife.
No,
make
I
him
was
up
saying
to
that you could bump him up. You could bump Lee's volume up a little bit.
Oh yeah, I can. Oh, yeah, last dance. Peruse through the 3 dots that are up in the corner of his thing and see what you can do there.
Edit mic settings. Adjust
But don't
volume.
announce the whole thing while you're doing it.
I don't believe I can do anything. It says it's checked to automatically adjust mic volume.
No, there you go. That's the problem.
Uncheck it.
Uncheck it, then you
Alright.
get control.
I got it maxed out now.
All right.
Talk to Lee.
Excellent.
Holy shit, you fucked him all up. Now he sounds horrendous.
Well,
No, I think he sounds all right.
all right, that's fine.
Thank you.
Oh, his volume is off now. It seems.
All right, let me get in here. I don't know what
He-
Last Chance just did.
When he talks, his mouth moves and the sound don't come for a couple seconds.
okay, start reciting some Shakespeare, Lee, so we can.
Is it the echo cancellation that's the problem? Let's shut that.
Oh. right here.
Okay, let's get the echo cancellation back. Get that back.
we need to get rid of that echo.
All right, we're back. All good. Okay, let's not mess. New plan. Don't touch the mic settings. It didn't work. Abort mission. Everything good over yonder there, buddy? How's your weather these days, Aphid?
Tonight is
you hear me all right?
unseasonably wonderful.
Yeah, cool.
Are you asking me or are you asking Lee?
You, Aphid,
Oh,
you.
yeah. It's like 74 degrees out there right now. So
Man,
room
it's nice.
temperature, basically.
It's what I'm at. 70 on the nut, and it's gorgeous. Couldn't be
Yeah.
any nicer.
Tomorrow's supposed to be low 80s, sunny.
Oh, great.
Oh, man, let's see
I-
what
Middle
this
of-
comes.
Middle of July, and it's like that. I'm not going to complain.
Beautiful. I fished today with a backpack on, no shirt, and I got a backpack tan. I never got backpack burn. I've never gotten that before. Looks kind of ridiculous.
So, like, everywhere is burnt except for where the backpack was?
So I have these 2 white straps coming down
Yeah.
here, and it's totally great. I mean, I started fishing at low tide. The fishing was really good. And the tide's coming in, and like at one point a wave broke over my head. I'm holding the rod over my head. My phone was in the backpack at the top,
Oh.
but I don't know. It stayed dried, but the backpack was full of water. I had to figure out a better system. Is there such thing as a waterproof backpack?
Surely
Maybe.
there is.
I'm sure
I mean,
there
it's
is,
gonna
but
be
it's probably
like-
not going to be as. It's probably going to be damn expensive. Might be heavier.
Yeah, I need something, dude. I'll just wear this thing down till I'm done. Till hey, look who it is.
Apart from getting wet, what did you catch anything?
Yeah, I caught a couple of about 2 foot long striped bass, and every time I would say I'm gonna hit the road, that's it. I'm gonna walk home because it's like maybe a half hour from here. My last cast, one time, a huge blow up at my lure. The striped bass smacks the lure with its tail to sort of check and see if it's a real fish, and I think it feels that it's artificial, and then he's gone. And that happened twice in like 2 hours. So I was there for like from low tide to almost halfway to high tide. So the water was like flooding in. The whole thing was getting kind of deep. So eventually I did have to call it quits. I did catch 2, which is great,
Yeah, cool.
and a ton of action. I have to, like, it's a swimming beach, so I have to go to the one area that's full of rocks and boulders that's really not comfortable to walk and swim in. So I don't like to fish where people are swimming. I think that's kind of a dickhead move, you know. Swimmers get the right of way is the way I look at it.
Do you eat what you catch, or do you put it back?
Generally speaking, we send it back. I send it back. Like I said, it's a fairly long walk. How am I going to carry a 2.5-foot fish comfortably? I don't see. No, that thing is already so trashed. I try to keep it as clean as possible, but it's just, if they're alive and happy, I send them right back and just watch them swim away, and I feel like they live. If they're hurting and almost dead, then I think about keeping them, but that's not too common to immigrants. That's funny. That's how it is in the UK, probably, right? You're casting around incoming boats.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because tonight on the news, I've not read the whole story, so I don't know the facts. I only saw the headline. But apparently, the Dutch government is collapsing because it's something to do with they can't agree on immigrants. So I don't know whether that's going to cause a general election or what. I don't know the facts. I've got to it. I only saw the title of the news story, which is Dutch government is collapsing because of immigration problems.
Oh no, huh? Really?
Yeah. But I've not read the story, so I don't know the facts yet.
I mean, what's the disconnect between these people coming in and then there's no work? Are they unskilledly? Is there zero skill, zero ability? Is that it?
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah. Well, we had a big influx from. I think the British government said they would allow 3 million people to come from Hong Kong, but they're all well educated. The reason that 3 million figure was, or they were willing to take that amount in, was that they were educated. They could contribute to the country as a whole. But the ones that are coming across the channel are, they're being put up in hotels, which is causing problems in the local areas where they're being put up. And yeah, there's no skill. They are mostly males, young males, and they don't contribute anything other than trouble. But I don't know if you saw on Chaotic, and these videos are beginning to become more prevalent now. There was a guy in Scotland that was attacked by some immigrants on a train.
I saw that. I don't like to see those. It makes me lose faith in humanity, Did
you see the one on Chaotic about the guy that was walking his dog in Holland? He was probably in his early 60s, and some guys approached him that were immigrants, and he had a bit of an altercation with him, and the next thing is they're beating him up, and then there's people screaming in the street going, "What are you doing? Leave him alone, he's done nothing wrong." And these videos are becoming more and more prevalent now, and it's just, they're young males, they've got no job, they've got no prospects, they're frustrated, they're pissed off. I'm not agreeing with their actions, by the way, but
right.
But what do you expect, And even with all these riots, it's becoming obvious that it's not French people that are doing this, it's African French nations, where they're bringing them in, and there's nothing for them to do. They're feeling persecuted, and that 17-year-old that got shot, as much as that's sad, and it shouldn't have happened, I think the policeman should have had more, I don't know, it should have been a bit, you don't shoot a 17-year-old for driving off, but the one thing that always gets me about every video I ever watch where somebody gets shot and then there's trouble when they've been stopped in the car is, get out of the car and do as the police say, and then you wouldn't lose your life. It's just, I don't know. It's mad. It's mad.
Yeah.
I watched a guy, it's controversial. It's not controversial to say. I should be able to say it. I watched a black guy on YouTube making that very point, saying, you're watching young black men getting shot by police. And I think I might have said it a couple of weeks ago. He was trying to promote there should be videos in schools in how to deal with the police when you get stopped. Do as you're told, And guess what? You can drive away. You won't be shot. You won't lose your life.
Yeah.
It's just, and I think, yeah, just even if I thought I was being stopped, I've been stopped by the police once where it was totally unfair. I'd come up to some traffic light, and the car that pulled up next to me was like revving its engine, and I just travelled back from London. I was tired. I wasn't in the mood. I wouldn't have done it anyway. Okay, so he flies off from the traffic lights because he wants to get in front of me, and the police car's coming the other way, and the police car turns around and pulls me over. And I did exactly what he asked me to do. I got out of the car, treated him with the most amount of respect, and I said, well, if it was me that was speeding, why is it you were able to turn your car and stop me? Where's the other guy? You know, he's flown off. I said, it wasn't me that was speeding at the traffic light. Anyway, I think because I was polite, courteous, and all that, he was like, he took, yeah, maybe. He took my point and said, okay, but just watch your speed, blah, blah, blah. And I just think, well, you know, I just did what he asked, and he was fine with me. You know, he even accepted what I had to say. So if you're going to be suspicious, not do what the cop says, then you know you're asking for trouble. Just do what they say, and you can drive away 2 minutes later, even if you think it's unfair. At least you've still got your life. Some of them, I just think, I know it's awful to say, but they just ask for trouble. It's just unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. But again, like you pointed out, shooting the kid.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't really get it. Was it accidental discharge? Did the cop...
I've seen worse here relatively frequently.
Oh, yeah. I've watched many a video where you think, bloody hell, someone's just been shot, you know. But once again, I always come to the conclusion, if he just did what the cop did, then he'd be still alive, you know. It's just... And by the same token, I've seen videos where that has happened, where the guy's, you know, been good to the cop, and then said, you know, I don't need to show you my identification. I've done nothing wrong, and the cop just backs up and goes, right, you know, okay. But at least he's engaged with him and being courteous and, like I said, showing respect. It's just that.
First Amendment. You're talking about like First Amendment auditors.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of them are fine, and some of them make mistakes, and then they get arrested rightfully, and then some of them don't make mistakes and get arrested, and then sue and get like a $200,000 settlement, which won't even be. It'll just be like the department will give it to them rather than to have it go to trial. You know, so yeah, cops have to have know their laws. They can't just be these idiots with guns. You know, they really have to understand what it takes to be able to take somebody's freedom. Like, if you and I do it, it's called kidnapping. So when they do it, it has to be justified and legal. Otherwise, they're retaining your freedom and taking that away. You know, but I agree with you, Lee. Talking to them, engaging, and being polite is definitely job one for sure.
Yeah, true that.
And you know, be nice if you see them in any other interaction where they're not fucking with you. Say hi. You know.
Yeah.
Like I'll always have my kid wave to police to say like, yeah, you always want to say like, hey, how are you, officer, and wave and be nice. You know, it's like Roadhouse said. You know, Patrick Swayze, be nice. If they want to fight, be nice. Just be fucking nice. That always sticks in my head, man.
You know, there's a YouTube channel called Police Activity.
I love it. Huge fan.
I would say maybe 10% or more of those videos to me show excessive force.
I think the funny thing is it was back in 2010, 13, 14 years ago, roughly. Excuse me. I got stopped by the police. Ellie, my daughter, was like, how old was she been then? Probably about, 7 or 8 years old. And she was desperate for the toilet. So I was on the motorway. I knew there was a service station about 2 miles away. And she was like crying with like stomach pain. She really needs to go. And I just put my foot down, thinking, right, we're just 2 miles away. Just hang on, Ellie. We'll get you to the toilet. And lo and behold, there's a cop on the bridge with one of those, like, guns that measure your speed. And within about half a mile, there's the cop car waiting for me. Pull over. And Ellie's like crying. Because she's of an age where she's been taught to respect authority, police. So she thinks because I've been pulled over, Dad's going to jail. That's her thought. So she's bawling her eyes out, looking out the back seat, like waving at me, like Dad, don't go, don't get arrested. And the cop sees this and he's going, "Oh, your daughter's really upset." I was like, "Yeah." And I said to him, "She probably thinks I'm going to jail and stuff." So, but I was clocked doing, and I'm not proud of this, honestly, I'm not. I was doing 140 miles an hour, and that's what he was putting out.
140 miles an hour or kilos per hour?
No, miles per hour. Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! With a kid in the car?
I know. That's why I say
I would say just poop your pants before I'm gonna go.
I'm not proud of it. It was quiet. It was a Sunday afternoon. That's no excuse, by the way, right? That's no excuse. And,
that would get you arrested here. I don't know if that would get you a ticket.
That's what the cop was pointing out to me. Is like, that's your child, and that, if something happens, you're all dead. Your wife's there, your kid's there. So anyway, but that's an instant ban, by the way. You're banned for 12 months for doing that. Yeah. But he saw how upset Ellie was. That anything over 100 miles an hour, you're banned for 12 months. No excuses. It's a done deal. Yeah. But he was like, "Oh, your daughter's so upset. Your wife's worried about her." And I treated him with lots of respect. Went to his car stand. I was very polite. Called him sir, this, that, and the other. Anyway, he turns around and goes, "You know what? Under the circumstances," he said, "I've still got to book you. You do understand that?" I was like, "Yeah." He said, "I'm going to put you down at 99 miles per hour." And I was like, "I am so grateful. Thank you." He said, "Now listen, you're still going to get 6 points and you're still going to get a hefty fine. But what you're not going to do is lose your job." And I was like, I can't thank you enough. So you know what? It was so worth it paying him off. But thanks to Ellie, because I think she swung the pendulum in my favor.
Now, Lee, just to give us car people here something, was 140 the top speed of that car, or did you still have a little bit more to go?
I still had a little bit more.
Damn.
What was it? What kind of car?
It was a Mercedes AMG. So,
of course.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah. So I think I had a 4-liter engine in that, and it was yeah.
That's a sweet car, bro.
I had a coworker. She every time she was pulled over for speeding, she would start crying. Like she was devastated.
Yeah.
And she never got a ticket.
Wow.
Yeah, I got it once, and I got pulled over.
Did you try crying?
No, but what I was doing was, I tried another thing. I was a union guy at the time.
Uh-huh.
I was smoking a bowl, and I was eating an orange, and I was doing like 100, listening to fucking Guns N' Roses, and there was a statey on my ass, dude, with his lights on for a long time, and I was just jamming away. I stuck the bowl in the passenger seat, like between the cushions, and I just started peeling that orange, baby, when I was pulled over. Getting that orange smell going in the car, all the windows down, and the cop came up, and he's like, "Jesus, man, what's going on? I was behind you for like 3 miles." And I was like, I had the tunes blasting, and I said, I'm a union. At the time, I was a union carpenter. I said, I just worked a crazy day, and honestly, I lost track. I was eating an orange. I didn't realize I was speeding. And he was like, "Union? All right." And he came back. He's like, "I gave you 50 for no seatbelt. Just take it slow." And I was like, "Yes, sir, officer." I mean, I could have gotten cuffed and stuffed for smoking weed driving. This was, before I was a married man, but...
and more responsible.
Yeah, I honestly, back then weed was illegal and we would smoke and drive. Now I'm like, it's legal. Let's just wait till we get home. Let's not smoke at the car anymore. Like it's never worth it. Like what? It's a 20-minute drive. Let's just like if I'm with my buddy who gives me the rum and the grinders and shit. I'm like, dude. Can you wait 20 minutes till we get back to my house that you have to fucking smoke weed constantly like in the car? And he'll be like, yeah, I want to smoke, but,
Can you not do it in the car?
No. They can arrest you for driving under the influence.
Yeah.
Mm.
Even here, yeah.
Here, it's a legal state, so...
And it's legal here now in Maryland, and they have made sure to tell people and announce it that you may not drive while under the influence of marijuana.
Right.
You will be ticketed. I don't know if they ever do.
Now, us experienced stoners can look pretty much normal, but when you're like 19-year-old self, if you smoke a couple joints, if you can remember back, Aphid, if you were behind the wheel and a cop walked up to you then, like how much more stoned you look when you're in your like early 20s. Like, I feel like I'm always kind of look stoned now, so, and it's also, I think, the way you deal with the cops. Cops can just tell stoned. If you don't act stoned, once you've been stoned for 20 years straight, it becomes just normal,
I used to get pulled over like every weekend, and we were in that condition, and I always just bullshitted my way out of it.
It's hilarious.
I showed up my boobs.
Were you driving some hot rod Mustang thing back then? That's why they pull you over. Those things are cop magnets, dude.
Yeah, they were.
Young boys and fast cars. Yeah, there's fucking cop magnet all day.
Yeah.
On the 4th here, they set up roadblocks now, and they just let everyone go through. And then anyone who looks a car full of young people, they're pulled to the side. We're checking everybody. They want to get the underage booze. They want to deal with that. And, they don't even, unless somebody's like clearly hammered as an older adult, they're not even going to touch you. It's not like the old days where they would ask you to roll your window down and shine a flashlight in your eyes. I don't think they do that anymore, at least here. I think that was decided to be illegal.
I don't come across that anymore.
It was a thing, right? Back in the day.
Oh, yeah. We hit them several times.
Do you have that in the USA in regards to, they'll put a roadblock up and stop every driver?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, not anymore so much. No.
We don't have that here.
Oh, you never had it?
No, only for truck drivers. And that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have that too.
I've never hit a roadblock in my entire driving life. Yep.
I've hit many. One of them was a Department of Homeland Security within 200 miles of the border of Canada. It was a something related to 9/11, it had to do with the Patriot Act, is what it was called, right?
Yeah, who knows what stupidity
I think it was, and that expanded their search from the border from 2 miles to 200 miles, on the whole United States. So yeah, there was this thing that was 200 miles from the Canadian border I had to drive through. And yeah, I had weight in the car, if you know what I mean, at the time. And yeah, the fucking guy, I was like, hey, how you doing? We're just heading down on a camping trip to Mass. And he was like, go ahead, you're fine, keep going. You never even made me slow down. I don't know what they're looking for. I mean, I was in a pickup truck with a cap on the back. I could have had 500 pounds of TNT in the back. He didn't care. Apparently, whatever they were looking for, I did not fit the description, So what are they looking for? If I have this huge box on the back of my F-150 8-foot bed, which could hold fucking anything...
They're looking for illegals, first of all, and you don't look like, you don't sound like and you're obviously not in the legal. So
Right, I
once
guess
they
so.
look at you, once you say, "How's it going?"
Right.
they're saying, "Get out of here. We're not interested in you."
Exactly. Almost
they're-
angrily saying, "Come on, get down the road, guy. Get fucking out of here." I was like, "Okay, yes, sir. Okay." You know.
And what they really expect is that people that are involved in criminal activity, of serious criminal activity, will turn around. And that's what they're looking for. Someone who's approaching their stopping point and then turns around.
This is true, and I distinctly remembered that. There was a turnaround area, and I started to slow down, but then I said, nope, I'm just going to slow down to a cruise and turn on the confidence, baby, because you're right. The turnaround, instant pullover.
Yep.
Multiple agents. It's, facing them full on, as they say, going into the teeth of the wind, like if you're hitting a golf ball, you just go right at it and don't fuck around. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. That's an interesting way to think of it. The people who flee or don't want to cross through definitely have something to hide. Aphid, were you going to say something earlier? I think you got cut off.
Oh, that's yeah. I was just you said it was around 9/11, so they were probably looking for Arab-looking dudes.
I guess
Yep.
it was a couple of years after, but yeah, it was that Patriot Act thing went for 10 years. So that law is now, I think the Patriot Act is expired. They had extended it, and I think now it's fully over.
Very recently.
Mm-hmm. But I agree with it being over. I don't know enough about it.
Get rid of that shit. It was all worthless.
Yeah, you might be right. Whatever they're doing has stopped any overseas attacks from happening.
No, it didn't do shit.
Didn't do anything.
It
Really?
didn't do anything? No, of course not. Nobody was ever stopped because of a Patriot Act.
Well, I
As far
heard
as I know.
they did stop some schemes. There were guys busted that were in the United States that had some.
Almost all of those were basically the FBI had basically talked these people into committing further acts in the conspiracy. It's very questionable whether most, if not all, of these FBI coordinated prosecutions, would have happened, but not for FBI informants, saying, "Go ahead, go, yeah, you can do it, go, pick up the bombs," and so on.
And then they arrested them?
Yeah, and convicted. They pled guilty, and they're spending their life in prison for a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So wouldn't that be on the most basic level of definition entrapment?
Entrapment.
If a representative of the person who's trying to prosecute you?
There's a fine line that the FBI knows, and if you commit some act of your own volition that crosses a line, then it's not considered entrapment. So
That's insane.
in my mind, I believe that most of these people would not have committed crimes if not for the involvement of the FBI and or their FBI informants.
What about Richard Reed?
Well, he had already committed the crime.
But couldn't they all have been another Richard Reed, the shoe bomber?
Everybody's a potential Richard Reed. I mean,
He's at Supermax Florence, right?
Yep. He deserved it. He earned it.
He actually had. What about the underwear bomber?
I think he was also. I don't think there were any FBI informants.
What about the thong bomber?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Bomber.
They just threw him off the plane because they were so disgusted. Oh, Jesus.
The bomb wasn't big enough.
That's funny. Crazy, dude.
I've never looked into this, but what's the structure then? When I watch an American movie, you've got the local police, the county sheriff, right? And then there'll be a scene in the film where you go, oh, the FBI has been called in. And they'll go, oh, no.
You just named the order in, like, Mayberry, but that's not how it is in Massachusetts.
There are local police, and then there's federal
sheriff's
police.
Pissed off that the FBI's been called in, and they like we're taking over from it. So what's the structure line then? It was
all right. I'll give you Massachusetts, for example. Town police.
Yeah.
Then what we call the state police. Sheriffs in Massachusetts only have to deal with predominantly prisoners and transportation of prisoners.
Right.
Already convicted.
And serving eviction notices.
Those are constables.
Okay.
Right.
See, that's what the county sheriff does here. Prisoners and court orders, whether it's eviction notices or other things.
Yeah, here that's all done by a private constable, which is like a private entity certified by the state. So after you have your town, you have your separate sheriffs here, your constables do that small window, then you have the state police. State police handle all murders in the state of Massachusetts, as well as anything that occurs on an interstate or a state highway, or anything in a state park that would be above the level of the park police, whatever. Yeah. Then from the states, you would have the FBI. Now, if there's a situation going on where the state police need the FBI, I think there's a clear communication between like the Massachusetts offices of the FBI. There's probably 5 or 6 of them, strategically located around the state, where the staties say, we have a missing persons case. That's a big one where the FBI could be helpful, where they think the person might still be alive. And then other stuff, I don't really see the FBI stepping on toes as such. I think, as far as I can tell, with the staties and the FBI, it seems to be like they have good communication for that sort of thing. Does that sound right?
It's for the most part. I mean, the FBI has primary responsibility for federal crimes.
Right.
And crimes that cross state lines can trigger FBI involvement. Local forces the FBI can also participate by being, if they're asked to provide technical assistance, because not everybody has the resources of the FBI, and they'll respond to technical assistance requests. But it's still local laws that are governing it, and local police departments have to serve the warrants and do the arrests and all that stuff. And the FBI may provide technical assistance.
Okay, I get it. Yeah.
But he's right, though, like kidnapping and then bringing them across a state line, FBI, or if you have, like, say, a family that's committed felonies that's traveling around, but they have children in the car and they're crossing state lines with kids after committing felonies, FBI all day long. Shit like that becomes immediately FBI. But like Last Stand says, that stuff isn't exactly happening every day, although it's fairly common. They do definitely get involved with complicated local stuff, I feel like, Yeah. And sometimes government stuff, too, where... do they get involved with local government ever, like state investigations?
If it's sometimes there will be federal crimes, like police departments that are violating civil rights.
Right.
And, that's a federal crime, and it may trigger a federal response, including an FBI investigation.
Is there anything above the FBI? Can it go another step further, or?
No, the FBI is the federal law enforcement body.
Right.
I mean, the president, is the
What-
head of the
what a-
executive office.
What about the office of the Attorney General?
Well, he's nominally he's the FBI is. He's nominally they're under him.
Right.
So but typically he doesn't get involved in any direct way in FBI investigations. He might trigger, he might coordinate or trigger the legal aspects of it. But the Attorney General makes policy government wide for the law enforcement.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? CIA, completely different.
Right. No involvement in U.S. affairs, domestic affairs.
Purely intelligence gathering and foreign adversaries.
Supposedly.
What do you mean? What do you think? They've turned their direction around?
Well, the question isn't. The question is, do they use a foreign nexus to influence domestic activity? This question is arisen in the Twitter files, for example, because they're out there looking for Russian trolls, for example, online, and that would give them, a foreign intelligence nexus that could allow them to act. But on things like Twitter, it's there's a handful of Russian bots amid a sea of Americans, regular Americans, and if you start harassing the wrong account, you're sort of violating your authorities.
How many? Let's put numbers on it. Handful and C. Handful
Of
bots.
Oh.
Just throw me a number.
Yeah, 100
C of people.
millions.
Millions. You think that's real, huh?
100 bots in 100 million Americans online, even just on Twitter.
So did the bots create fake Americans, or were they just influencing existing Americans?
Both. They create fake accounts and use them to try and influence things. There's a whole bunch of
How come
things that they can.
I've never seen a screenshot of a bot account. Were there
they don't identify themselves. Hi, I'm an FSB bot.
Were there famous bot accounts that were discovered after the fact that people then shined a light on? I
don't think there were investigations. Twitter did most of their own investigating, and I don't think they found any Russian troll accounts that had any significant following or engagement or influence.
So then that
which was surprising.
That goes against what you're saying.
What do you mean?
So if they didn't find any that had any great influence, then how could such a small amount have done so much influence?
They didn't have any influence. That's the point.
Oh, I see. You're saying this is the narrative, but it's not true.
Correct.
Bingo.
This is the narrative that Russian bots influenced, particularly the 2016 election. And
right. See, I'm asking you the question to disprove what you're saying, but you're actually. That's funny. I was completely missing. Now I'm with you. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
Wasn't there some kind of rally or something? I remember that got put together and it turned out that it was by some Russian propaganda. It was either a Trump rally or it was some kind of rally that got put together.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me.
Are you texting me about the gay rally that you went down to with your rainbow Speedos on? That one? I don't know.
No.
Kidding.
No, there was this big. It turned into a pretty decent sized deal, and it was. I can't remember if it was a Trump, because it's going back 4 years ago. It was either a Trump rally or or some pro something rally, and it turned out that it was all put. They traced it back to Russia.
Completely put on.
I don't
Yeah.
remember there being any big rallies like that. But
I'm not saying like hundreds of thousands of people, but for whatever city it was in, it was a decent size event. I would have to go back.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and put the show on my phone.
did we lose him?
Well, he doesn't know he's been lost.
I'm still talking while I go and take a quick pee and grab a bottle of rum and some ice.
Okay.
And I will kind of put the show on YouTube so I can keep current on the conversation on my headphones here.
Okay. Enjoy your trip.
And I will. It's going to be a nice trip. Here we are. I'm live. It comes up on my feed now. All right, cool. We'll catch you in a few.
All right.
That's Smokesteve.
Woo, it's quiet now.
I know,
I
man.
feel like I just came in from a windstorm.
I know. I felt like he said last week that he didn't need that fan on right now.
Well, he said it this week too, but he
shit.
turned it on. Even when the fan's not on, his mic picks up his refrigerator motor.
Yeah, whatever. In a 2-mile radius,
Yeah.
it'll pick up.
Righty, I love you.
I love you
Uh-oh.
too.
Hope you sleep well.
Oh, you
Oh,
might want to meet Lee.
That's Lee.
Yeah, I know, but you might
Some
want
loving
to.
going on there.
I know you might want to mute that.
Hello. Right,
We can hear you. We can hear you, Lee.
I know. I'm just saying good night to my daughter.
Mm.
She's just got in, so I'm glad she's home safe.
Yeah. What time is it there?
It's now
One,
just coming up to 2:30.
2:30.
Oh, wow. She must have had fun tonight.
Yeah, she's been out clubbing tonight with her mate, and they've her friends staying over. So yeah, I think they're a little bit worse for wear, but they're in a good mood.
I can't remember the last time I came in the door at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, exactly. Same here.
Unless you were working late.
Right. That's true.
Indeed. I've got to get myself a drink. Are we back in a second?
Sure. Everybody's bailing.
So me? So did you do anything for the 4th?
Not much. I just had one daughter lives with me, and my other daughter came over and enjoyed. It's a very low key thing. We just
Came home from California?
No. She lives in
Oh.
a town about 25 miles away.
Oh, I thought you had somebody that lived in. I mean, if you don't, I can say it because you don't. But I thought San Diego or something you had.
No, my sister owns property there, and
Oh, okay.
sometimes stays there.
Hmm.
And I have a niece that lives in L.A.
Gotcha.
And so, but nobody
I'd like to-
lives in San Diego full time.
I'd like to go to San Diego. My son wants to go back up to Chicago. He's like, he's got a taste of it, and now he
Yeah.
wants to go back.
Getting more violent. I'm starting to see.
Is the city? Is this? Am I kidding
I'm
myself? By
I'm starting to see reports of crimes in my old neighborhood that I grew up in.
No,
Way it's
up
not
there.
a lot, but it's starting to happen.
Because I didn't see much going. I mean, it didn't seem like it was a place up there where.
I mean,
much was
it's
going
one of
on.
these things where a single crime makes a big splash because it's so rare in that part of the city. But
Right.
you know,
Well, shoot, we lived in some apartments, or no, they were condos, but they weren't that far from here, and we had a murder. Was it 2 doors down or 3 doors down? I think it was 2 doors down, two doors over from us. So, I mean, it can happen anywhere.
yeah, it can happen anywhere. But I mean,
That was-
a guy murders his wife. I mean, that's not a happy thing, but it's not the same in terms of fear as somebody, carjacking you, for example. That
Yeah, it
created
wasn't.
a lot of
It
fear.
wasn't. It definitely wasn't a situation like that. Although they have ring cams, and so my wife was showing me just recently that in that same complex on a ring cam, there was a guy, and you know how like you walk up, it's a 2-level deal, and
Yeah.
you go up on the top, and there's 2 or 3 doors within front doors of people.
Right.
Well, he knocked on all of their doors, and it was caught on one of the ring cams, and it was like 1:00 in the morning. He was just waiting for somebody to answer. Cheers.
Look at that, huh? Look at all that ice. And nice rum and water.
All right.
Where's your ice, fucking Last Dance, man?
No, I don't have ice.
What the fuck?
Oh,
Are you
my-
ice, anti-meat?
It's a long story, but I no longer have ice.
What about,
Yeah,
what'd you do?
freezer.
I have a freezer. I could get
An ice tray.
little trays and make ice that way.
That's
I
hilarious.
got my first working ice maker probably 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that.
I mean, I always got it in the refrigerator freezer. I just got it built in. But this
Yeah.
last one broke. I think I must have told you. I woke up in the morning and there was water pouring out of my refrigerator
Yeah, you did.
onto the floor.
Yeah.
So I basically turned off the water to the refrigerator, and so no ice, no water, and I haven't attempted to fix it. It's not going to be worth trying to fix it. It's internal to the refrigerator ice making water.
All right, so it's between the external fill hose that goes to it. All that's good all the way to the wall. It's inside the refrigerator that
It's
was
inside
cracked.
the refrigerator.
You're never going to fucking fix it. You're doing
I'm
the
never going
best
to
thing.
fix it. Furthermore, it's like goes down the middle too. It's really hard to get at.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's hopeless. So I'm
that
just gonna
sucks.
yeah. So I'm just living without ice. As a big ice person.
Ouch.
It's
Get
tough.
some ice cube trays, man.
Yeah, I should do that. Or maybe I'll just. Can't you buy like external ice makers that just.
Yes, my mother-in-law.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not all that convenient either.
Yeah.
You still need a water source.
You need a water source. I agree.
Most of them you need to keep pouring water into it.
Oh, okay, so there's kind that has a tank that you can fill.
I think so. I think that's how hers is.
I like that. That's a cool concept.
I can handle
Ours
that.
is just plugged into the water system, so you put like your big American fridge, and then it's got a water feed in, and makes ice.
Yeah,
Right.
mine's the
Yeah.
same way. We have ice and water. Change the filter every 6 months, and you get nice, cold, fresh water.
My
Oh,
refrigerator
okay.
is a Samsung, and however they designed the ice system, it was a disaster from day
Yeah.
one. It always got jammed. They have the ice compartment is in the refrigerator part of the system.
Ooh.
So there's the freezer, and then in the refrigerator is a little compartment that's kept at a freezing temperature. Except of course,
Right.
it's always melting at the sides, and ice melts, and then refreezes, and it jams up everything.
Wow,
So
dude.
it was always constantly having to, unclog the ice, and eventually the whole damn.
Well, that's a company that's good at making these.
Maybe.
Yeah.
that I like, but I don't know. Like, have you ever heard of Maytag, Frigidaire?
I'm with you.
General Electric.
Yeah. I have vowed no more Korean appliances of any kind ever again. I've just had so much bad luck with Korean appliances that I'm done with them.
Mm.
And you got to be careful, because I had a Sears refrigerator before this one, a Kenmore, and it was actually an LG. So you got to be careful. You can't go by something like
Yeah.
LG American.
No,
Korean.
Korean.
There's a lot of that in the industry. They build the same internal components: motor, engine, and compressor, condenser. Everything's the same, and then just put a different facade on the front. So
Yeah.
it's
Well, it's like
you-
lawnmowers. Riding lawnmowers. they
Yeah,
all have
yeah.
Richard Stratton's.
right.
I mean, they
Yeah,
all do.
I think a Honda makes a much better engine myself. Briggs and Stratton I found to be crap, but hey.
Anyway, this LG refrigerator, I had a 4-year warranty on it. At 4 years and 6 months, it broke. So that it broke so bad it was unrepairably broke.
Right.
So I basically had to throw it out and get a new one. So
Are you sure it just wasn't the chip that was inside it?
no. The repairman said it would cost me more than it would be to get a new one.
Yeah, but the reason I mentioned that is I'll find the link. I'm sure every single one of you will enjoy it. It's called, I think the documentary is called The 100-Year Light Bulb. Have you ever seen that?
I've heard of it.
I've never seen it. But
It's because the early light bulbs would never die, so they had to decide we have to make light bulbs that die so we can keep selling them.
right, you can't just make 100 light bulbs for our and have a company.
That light bulb was invented just before the outbreak of World War II. So there was an industrial exhibition in 1937 in Germany, in Berlin, and this guy showed off the light bulb that would last you a lifetime. Anyway, the big companies got involved, bought it out.
He was killed mysteriously during the exhibition.
You're not far wrong, last time. They bought the rights to it to destroy it, basically. Now there's an American fire station that celebrates each year the turning on of the light bulb, because it's now 100. If there was 90 years old or something like that, it's never blown.
Yeah, I have seen this. It's up on a high ceiling in a random bay, right?
Yeah.
They're like, there it is, the 100-year bulb.
And it's never blown, it's blah, blah, blah. But the funny thing about that documentary, they didn't just concentrate on that bulb. There was a guy who said, and this does make perfect sense, even though it's terrible. There's chips and everything, from a microwave to a smart TV, this, that, the other. But this guy chose a printer, and they have the chip inside the printer, which is designed to fail at a certain point. So maybe it's at 6,000 copies, it finally dies. And he found a guy, funny enough, in Russia, who was some technical expert in chips, and so he got in touch with him, and he said, "Yeah, it's done on purpose because otherwise there'll be massive unemployment. You've got to keep replacing these things and making them." So he sent him the chip, and he mapped the chip, and then he said, "Right, do this, do that." And he reset the chip, and the printer started working. Otherwise, it would just been a write-off, buy a new one. But he reset it because it was actually programmed for 6,500 copies, and then it was designed to fail. So it's oh my god! And he said, and these chips are programmed to fail in every single appliance after a certain amount of time. It's random, but still within the same area of failing. Whether it's 6,500 copies, 6,700 copies.
Sure.
But
yeah, we have them here, and often when you replace the parts in various appliances, there's two boards. There's the front board and the control board, and in all of the repair directions, it tells you if replacing the front board doesn't work, replace the control board. Each board is $140, right?
Yeah.
And it's a fucking board that's this big, dude. It's crazy. And the whole appliance costs you maybe $650. So you start doing the math, and you're like, I'm going to be into this for $280 by the time I replace these, and the thing's, let's say, 6 years or 7 years old. Then what they're telling you, we want you to throw it away.
Yeah.
We want you to buy a new one.
Yeah.
That's why I've done the math on this, it's astronomical. If you rebuilt an appliance from aftermarket parts, it would be tens of thousands of dollars, one part at a time. It's unbelievable, dude. Yeah. Just the drum on a washing machine is 50% of the cost, and then you add up all the other extraneous parts. The door is 30% of the overall cost. Those little boards, then you're way over. It's just insane. That's how the industry is built, and there are guys who are really good and savvy at appliance repair who can take care of this shit lickety-split, and but you're not getting them out the door for less than $200, even for the smallest thing.
Right. It's
but the conclusion of this documentary was the fact that at the end of the day, can we make things that last? Yes, we can. But from an economic point of view, it would be disastrous for employment, because obviously things wouldn't need replacing as often, and therefore it's done on purpose. And I think, yeah, well, I totally get that. So that's cool.
I mean,
Even though we can make things that would definitely last a lot longer than what's out there at the moment.
I can understand that, but
Yeah,
a refrigerator that's got a 4-year warranty. Well, I don't want to get a refrigerator every 4 or 5 years.
No, I know. But just think of the troubles you're creating last time.
It doesn't make me feel good.
I know, it doesn't make me feel good.
Here's a little tip for you. Maytag washers and dryers have a 10-year parts and product warranty. They'll cover the labor. You might get some crackhead shitbag fucking coming in with the part to fix the thing, but hopefully it gets fixed. But that's the secret, I think, is buy Maytag. Maytag's just not that popular of a brand. Kind of seems like an old school brand, the Maytag man, right?
Right.
They still exist, and they make a damn good product.
Well, when I replace this refrigerator, it's not going to be a Korean model.
Yep. Here, all HVAC are mostly boards that go bad. He's right. I've done boards with these tons of times. And if you call a technician to do it, it's the cost plus another hourly, whatever their rate is, $100 probably to show up.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Top, join in here. Get on here, buddy. Come on. I know he says he's busy.
Hey, Steve, I've got to ask you something, right?
Yes, bud.
I was watching from the beginning. I was busy with a few other things, but I was watching and listening to what you were saying. And there was a point tonight. Please be honest, right? Please be honest.
Yes.
Because it made me giggle so much. But obviously, I wasn't online, so. But oh gosh, what were you talking about now? You were talking about. Oh, it's gone out of my head because I've had a smoke.
Oh yeah, let's go. Come on, get it out.
Oh, what was it you were saying?
Come on, Lee. Let's go.
That's gone right out of my head. But the action was right. You were going like this. Hang on, let me on screen. Oh, it's to do with making a cocktail, I think.
Yeah, I was.
All of a sudden, bizarrely, you just started giggling, and you'll have to watch it back. And I was thinking, is it because you realised what you were doing on screen with your hand going like this?
No, it wasn't. I was having a little gig. I was giggling, having a little giggle episode.
I thought it was because you realised what you were doing on the screen, and it just messed me my perverted mind, because I just thought, is that why you're giggling? Because you've just realised you were doing this on the screen. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
My bizarre mind.
I didn't. I don't know why I was giggling. I giggle. I'm a giggler.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, last time you were on, was it last time you were saying you were going to just stay up and then make pancakes for your kids? Did that ever happen, or did you end up hitting the wall?
I don't even remember saying that, but maybe I was a bit stoned at the time. If I did, I can guarantee you this: I would have hit the wall and just gone to sleep. Yeah.
It came along because our buddy Matt Grandy was here, and like around this time every night he would talk about pancakes, and then like pancakes.
Right.
Well, I wonder where the old boy is. Maybe he's watching.
The last thing I made was actually down to Aphid Lip telling me about those biscuits he made.
Biscuits and gravy.
Yeah, and I made it, and it was like, it went down well. Everybody enjoyed it. Yeah.
You used sausage and cut it up into little bits and stuff?
I did. Yeah.
And that fat from the sausages, that's got to be in the gravy.
Yeah.
That's crucial.
Aphid gave me, I was watching some YouTube videos. I think I might have messaged you on Discord. And you sent me the recipe. And I thought, well, I'm just going to follow Aphid's instructions, and I did it. So my wife, my daughter, and she had once again another friend staying over, and I served it in the morning, and everybody really enjoyed it. Yeah, they were like, yeah, this is cool. Yeah.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried the fried bread, Aphid?
No, I it just reminded me, and I was like, oh man, I almost hope you don't bring it up because I feel bad. But I do have. I've been saving my bacon grease.
Oh,
Now I
yeah.
don't have to wait.
Listen, you don't even need to do that if you don't want to. As long as you put oil in the pan and then get it hot, throw the bread in so it goes to the color of toast, and then eat it. And it's like, honestly, put a little bit of salt on it. That's like even more naughty, but it will like, the taste is like, wow.
Well, we
Yeah.
do something similar to that in the oven, and we
Yeah.
do it with we sprinkle garlic salt and garlic powder on it. When we're
Ooh.
doing like
Oh, yeah.
when we're doing like spaghetti, and it makes like a little garlic. But we just use regular white or honey wheat toast,
Yeah.
and do it that way. But it's really good with you use it to scoop in your tomato sauce on the spaghetti and eat it.
Sure.
Well, I tell all
Poor
of
man's garlic bread. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
all of you.
Kids love it too. Sorry.
Oh my god, my son like he always complains that we didn't make enough of it because he wants to.
Yeah, right.
He wants
My
to eat
kid's
just
like,
that.
my kid's more concerned with the garlic bread than anything else. She's like,
Right.
get that pasta away. I want the garlic.
Right.
And then the little bit of sauce on there to make like a mini pizza. It's
Right.
Lee, continue, my homeboy.
I was going to say, I'd say to all of you, just just try it. Just oil in the pan, get it hot, throw a piece of bread in, just fry it each side, and just try it. You'll love it. At Last Dance, surely, when you've been in the UK, at some point, after you've been visiting GCHQ, Mr. 007, I bet surely you've been for an English breakfast in Cheltenham, surely.
Of course.
And they serve fried bread, I would have thought.
No, I don't recall that, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So just try. I'm sure you'll like it. I really believe you'll think, yeah, that's tasty.
Usually I end up getting toast and beans.
Oh, right. Okay.
We went to we had like a family thing today, and we went to a restaurant, like a breakfast. It serves breakfast only. And do you guys have omelets over there, Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have pancakes? Well, yeah, you said you made pancakes.
Yeah.
Hash browns? Do you guys have hash browns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm more of a home fry guy myself.
I like a home fry. I ain't gonna turn away no fried potatoes. Actually,
Wait.
potatoes cooked just about any way, I'm fine with.
Lee, do you like a home fry, homeboy?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah.
You know what that is too. So you have the little cubes, chunks that are fried with crusty edges are home fries. Then the shreds are hash browns, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah. See, I've recently started buying pre-shredded potatoes and mixing it with one egg and some spices and shit, and making that for breakfast for my kid during the school week or whenever. But she goes crazy for that shit. A potato latke,
Yeah.
old school, And
if you look at those hash browns too, if you look at the ingredients, that's all it is potatoes.
potatoes, right?
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
Now, do you guys? I was talking about this with my buddy, who's like the guy who gives me all the gifts, my bro, my good friend.
Yeah.
He keeps a jar of MSG in his kitchen, and he adds that shit to like 50% of his meals. Do you guys do that? You keep the MSG handy?
My daughter has a jar of it, and she uses it a lot. I've never touched it. I should try it just to see if it, what it tastes like.
You're supposed to. It's racist if you don't use it. So.
Racist. I mean,
Apparently-
it looks like a jar of salt.
Apparently, the whole anti-MSG thing was spurred from a anti-Chinese
food. Yeah.
anti-just Chinese sentiment in general, an anti-immigrant of Chinese Orient
Really?
sort of thing. Yeah, so like now there's a big push to this is the new thing, make MSG okay again. So it's not like
That's a thing, huh?
who's that? Is that Scum?
No, it's Anticore.
Yeah, that's Scum. Can you do like this and flip it back and forth? Yeah, okay, that's him. He's cool.
And for you, no corn bomb for you.
What's up, dude?
No porn, guys. Just-
All right.
Oh,
we've,
thank
we've
goodness.
had you on before. I know who you are.
That's Scum, man. That's
Yeah,
the
I
guy.
use Scum, but Scum is just one of my accounts. It's just one I used to go live on. It's like a
Okay.
channel.
Okay.
Hey, I saw you and your buddies chugging. What was it called? A 50?
Oh, Labatt 50 Ale. It's like an old timer's beer here. Yeah.
What the hell is 50? Is it 50 calories?
I'll be right back.
No, it's just this old like Labatt beer. I don't know if you know like Labatt Blue.
I do.
I
I
know
do.
it, yeah.
Oh hell yeah! Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Labatt 50 Ale. It's just like Labatt's like standard old fashioned.
Okay. Okay.
Basically,
Yeah.
old people drink it now. We like the old ales or whatever.
It's a canned beer. It's like, is it like a Bud Light?
No, it's a 5% ale. It's just it's almost
More like a Budweiser.
lager. Yeah, it's just straight
Canadian, right?
up. Yeah.
Anti, how would you feel if someone offered you a Bud Light? Would you take it if you wanted a cold beer at the moment, or would you turn it down?
Well, I'm the type of guy who would kiss a man in front of a homophobe, and I'm straight just to piss them off. So it doesn't really matter to me what kind
So-
of beer it is.
You would take it, yes.
Yeah, I used to. So every year here, in like during Pride Month, which was like last month or whatever, they came out with Bud Light cans that are a rainbow can. And I
Yeah.
would buy them every year and be like, "Look, guys, I got the new gay cans." And I don't know what happened this year. They didn't come out with them, so I guess it was because of all the controversy with the trans person or whatever.
Right. Right.
So I don't really give a shit. I think it was, I would buy the cans and show them off.
Right.
I want one of those trans cans, but I never actually saw anyone I knew get one, like in America or whatever. So
I think
Yeah,
they
I-
made, like a small amount of them.
It was the smallest amount of cans you can imagine that had the biggest amount of impact on one company's bottom line, I think, ever in the history of fucking business, dude. These guys have lost multiple
Mexicans drink
billions.
the majority of the Bud Light, and they're not big on the gay trans shit anyways, so I don't know.
I mean, like I said, I'll still drink it. I don't really care, but if people don't want to drink it and make a point about it, then that's totally what this world is about, man. Fucking go for it. I don't care. Maybe it'll bring the price down for me. Good,
Right.
Well, like the whole thing about that is they just have some equation in the marketing fucking department that goes this plus this equals availability to blah blah blah. It's just all an equation. The reason they do all that shit marketing wise, I mean, it's not maybe what you think, but
Right.
it's my opinion.
There's my lady talking about, yeah, it was never available to the public. That's what I meant. I bet you they only made probably 10 cans.
Right.
Oh, okay. It never was available to the public. Okay.
No.
I don't think so.
They
weren't
made
push-
So it was simply just like a slogan, commercial type thing, and there never actually was any physical cans.
I think they gave it to her as a social influencer, like social media influencer. She has like
Oh,
10
they made
million.
one can. They made
She
one
has
can.
she has 10 million plus subs on, I don't know, IG or whatever. I don't exactly remember, but I know she has
IG?
over. Huh? I gave. Yeah, that's funny, bro. Completely derailed me with that line. 2 words and I'm now lost. Yeah, but anyways, it was literally somebody got a picture of this and put it on the internet. I mean, Budweiser probably would have paid that person $1 billion for that photograph before this fucking controversy, because they've lost like $20 billion, dude. It's insane. More even. It's fucking crazy.
So basically people being upset about that has cost a bunch of simple people their jobs.
That's
Oh, I'm sure. You would
I-
think
Yeah,
so.
like
They'd have
that's the
to.
way I look at it. Kind of like when people say, "Oh, this band's a sellout," and I'm like, those people run a company with like 150 people working for them. Like,
Mhm.
they got to think about all these people involved. It's not just about them.
You're right, and it could be thousands of people involved with Budweiser that are getting maybe reduced hours.
300 people who depend on money from them, working on them every fucking day. You know?
You're right, man. But again, that's the power of the consumer that we do always retain. And it sucks for those people who might be losing hours, losing their job, but do better, I guess, as an advertiser. Don't do things that are going to piss off it's like a politician. They serve their constituents, the people who fucking vote for them. Their areas that they win, they're trying to continue to stay in office. It's the same thing with the business. They're trying to continue to sell more beer.
Our only hope over here in North America to protect the old-fashioned ways is the Muslims, okay? Because they're going to go out and protest. Don't fucking show our kids gay shit at school, and don't show them tranny shit. People can't fuck with the Muslims here, so they're getting away with protecting all the values of all these other fucking old-fashioned conservative people. It's so weird.
Right, so I agree with you.
We need the Muslims now, boys. We need them.
I agree with you. Let's, keep school to just, what do we got? Math, science, history. I think history is under-taught. If you can't learn from your past and create some better decisions from maybe your past mistakes, history, you got your science, keep it to the basic subjects, right?
History was so boring, though.
Yeah.
This is my favorite subject, man.
Oh, was it?
Stevie, I agree with you there. It's my favourite subject. But the one thing
Absolutely.
the one thing I'm going to
You're boring.
is how history's been manipulated and eroded and changed. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they do that every generation. I don't know.
At least in Europe, history would be exciting. Canada is nothing to talk about.
I don't know. You Canadians did a hell of a good job in World War II. You had some good heroes, man.
Oh, God, yeah. Too right.
Canadians take a lot of flack from Americans. They always say we don't do anything. It's like, we went to 72 interventions you guys decided to take us to. It's like, fuck. If anything, we should be mad at you guys for going all these wars with your help.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, I can be very critical of the USA sometimes.
We said no to Vietnam, thank God.
In its foreign policies, but the one thing I will say, which I don't think is publicised enough, is that there is no way the United Kingdom could have won the war against Germany without USA's help. There's just no doubt about it. We would have been defeated. And I know that's a real controversial thing to say in my homeland, but...
You said World War II?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
If it wasn't for the Americans, we would have lost the war. And that upsets a lot of English
and
people.
And the Canadians, Vimy Ridge.
But, it's true. That's the truth. If you hadn't got involved, we'd have been done. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I think, Lee, that's why we do take pride in that generation and call them the greatest generation. Because even the people who come after them, and I had an uncle who was taken prisoner by the Nazis, he was a badass. He was the great... He jumped in the front of a 50 cal with a few weeks of training, in the front of a B-17, and just was blasting away, this is what men did. Can you imagine when you're 20 years old and they say, come on, let's go. You have to join now. You're going to do this. And he became like a sergeant. They gave him like a battlefield what do they call it? They made him a sergeant literally like 6 weeks into his thing because everyone was getting shot down and killed. Fucking crazy, dude. World War II, the greatest generation. What do we have? Shots fired?
I look at World War II pretty simple. Like Hitler goes, we're going to live in the Jew system in their world, or we're going to live in my world. I better make a decision here. So he tries to make everyone live in his world. Loses. Now we live in a systems created by Jewish people, like the judicial system and so on. So he knew what was up, and now he lost, so we live in that system. That's the way I look at it. And I'm not on the side or anything, or racist. That's how I've always looked at it.
Do you think that Hitler needed to be defeated? That it was a righteous battle against him?
It was simply, like I said, live in the Jewish system and let them control the world, or if he takes a chance and tries to run the world himself. So I don't know. Which system would I rather live in? I don't know.
No, I mean the war in general. Do you think at the time when they went after him, they decided that
I would just like to raise a point of order here.
I was hoping
We
so.
we don't live in a Jewish system. Jews don't control the world, and that's absurd. Now,
Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
don't
You can
think
go.
all the shit we saw on TV growing up in my generation was fucking Jewish influenced? Come on now.
Yes,
We were
I
brainwashed that
know
all our
that's not
dreams and
true.
goals in life were based around movies made by Hollywood, for fuck's sake, which were all owned by Jewish people.
It's not all Jewish people. That's false.
Well, I don't know. If you look up all the people that ran Hollywood, a lot of them were Jewish. Got real quiet.
That's because
Yeah, well, here's something that I thought was
you said
this
Jew.
this was interesting for me. My father's father, my grandfather, he served in World War II, and like a lot of people of that generation, they don't really want to talk about it. But I always remember he died when I was like 13. So in 1982, I would have been 12. And it was the end. Being that young, you start asking questions, and he had one conversation with me, and you'll find this was a bit of a strange conversation, but he was out in, it wasn't known as Israel at the time, but he was there for a while, whatever that country was called before they created Israel. I can't remember. Maybe Last Dance might know, you're into that kind of thing. And then they got sent over to Burma. And then, whilst they were fighting in Burma, apparently he was telling me it was absolutely horrendous, and people were dying more of diseases than through warfare. And he absolutely praised America for dropping the bomb, because he said if it hadn't been for that, the war would have carried on, and you probably wouldn't be talking to me now. So I'm really thankful for America dropping the bomb on Japan, because it saved our lives, his whole regiment. So I thought, wow, that's really interesting, because a lot of the world would probably go, oh, it's the one country that's dropped a bomb and this, that, and that. But my grandfather was really grateful that you guys did that, because it saved his life as far as he was concerned. Interesting story.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a definite. It's a point of view, right? If you were someone who was in the war, you would do anything to defeat the enemy, and an atomic bomb was nothing. You would, if you could push a button and kill them all, you would do it.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, it's like people are racist until you got 20 black guys rolling your ass. Then you're just like, I'm going to kill you all, motherfuckers. And then you become racist. It's like people say save the rainforest, but if you drop them in it for a week, they'd be like, get me the fuck out of here and get me back to my suburban fucking house in the suburbs. I hate the fucking rainforest.
But that's the point of why to save it, is because it is a place where humans are not meant to survive. It's a wild place. We have to save wild places. There's parts of Canada where you would drop somebody in and be like, "Get
last 2 days there." It's like, well, fuck off.
Yeah, no, that I guess I hear what you're saying, but there's parts of nature all around the world where humans would have a difficult time surviving.
Self-righteous, go live there then. Protect it from there. Because they wouldn't do it.
I mean, I personally think that saving the rainforest from blatant deforestation is a good thing, personally. I think it's a necessary, it's such a biologically diverse area. I could go over the amount of unusual fish, birds, and mammals that exist there, and just the plants. It's unbelievable.
You make me want to ask you about, I've wanted to ask you about this for a couple of weeks. What do you think about all the smoke coming from the 400 wildfires in Canada going down to the States? I'm sure you guys saw New York turn into the apocalypse where they're all orange. Went down to D.C. and Atlanta and Pennsylvania. Yeah. The air quality is all fucked up. What do you guys think about that? I've never that in my life.
What's it like in Canada? Is the news full of the wildfires? Like,
yeah, and no, and people just like don't know why they aren't putting them out. Basically, and there's a bunch of conspiracy theorists that are weirdos that twist a lot of the simple-minded people's fucking brains around, and they show videos of controlled burns mixed with the wildfires and say, "Look,
yeah, we don't have You only have to go to last week to find one of those.
And that's all bullshit, but they're catching people who are starting the fires, who they're funded by. If they're just crazy, who knows? I don't know. It's hard to say. They caught a lot for arson. So
there's scuttlebutt that they're in Canada, there's scuttlebutt that it's like influenced by government. Is that what you're saying?
I think the conspiracy, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that these are climate change activists who are trying to scare people and show the dangers of climate change by starting a bunch of fires.
Come on.
I don't believe it.
No, listen though. What he's saying isn't completely crazy. Look, there's the kids here at school. They're like, you guys can't go out for recess. The air quality's too shitty because of the fires, right? So they start that by easing the kids into locking them in. Next thing is climate lockdowns. You watch. They let that smoke drift over to America, smoke everything out like they have been for the last little while. New York mayor came out and said, everybody stay inside, blah, 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 right? It's the beginning of easing us into climate lockdowns, COVID lockdowns, right? All that shit's all about lockdown. You watch.
It's an interesting concept. I don't see it happening to most Americans.
Climate lockdowns are coming. They're just going to light everything on fucking fire or some other climate thing and just say this is what...
See, this is what I was talking about earlier. I think that this shit happens and it's happening, but it's not pervasive. It's in a very concentrated area. Because I'm not seeing it, man.
Let me ask you this, Anti. Is this an unusually active fire season for Canada? Or is it is unusual.
Yes, this is not average. This is the worst I've ever seen it in my career.
But there's always wildfires every season.
Right.
Some of which are bad. Do they try to put them out, or is it just hopeless because it's so remote? And
they do, depending on where they are. Like you said, if they're remote, they'll just do controlled burns around them and just let it burn a huge area.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting.
But yeah, I don't know. And another thing about the whole climate change like shit is, and CO2 and stuff, like. There's enough fucking trees in Canada. You know, you don't have to worry about your rainforests and stuff. There's like nobody here, and like the second largest country in the world, it's all fucking trees. You know, like CO2 emissions is good for the earth. I believe. I don't think it's bad. They're trying to save fucking all these carbon. Blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's bad for the earth at all. I think it's good.
I'll add something to that. I think that there's nothing we can do that's going to change anything, and it's fucking foolish for a tiny state in New England to do all this shit when fucking India and China have all these coal-fired plants that are releasing more than our state ever will in its entire existence until the end of fucking humankind, and in a couple of years. And it, isn't it the ultimate virtue signaling that some random little state is going to have, electric buses that are going to cost like 5 times more than a gas-powered bus? Is that really making a difference? I don't know. Maybe I'm being pig-headed. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are these little things important?
I think... Well, the way you frame it, I can't disagree with you. I mean, I don't think that it makes sense to pay 5 times as much for an electric vehicle that gets charged from a power grid that burns natural gas to create electricity.
That's right.
But if the power grid were, green, then it might be something to think about.
But to create that much energy from anything other than nuclear, and we're assuming nuclear here is green, which is what I think we should do, then it's incomprehensible. What do you have, one bus?
One big bus.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, the sun stuff is cool and it's a great idea, but there's only nuclear and carbon, and that's the two sides, I think.
Yeah, solar and wind are the only. Well, Canada has has tidal power. Don't you guys do something with tidal systems?
Yeah,
I thought they had a.
But the thing is, I think the ultimate answer is that it's a way of reinventing the wheel and making you pay more money for it. And as time goes on, it'll become cheaper. It'll become the norm. My daughter's generation will grow up with it. Her children won't know anything other different, maybe than electric vehicles rather than fossil fuel vehicles. And as time goes on, the price will come down, and it's just I think we're at a point of a generation where the world's changing. Maybe it does once every 50 to 100 years, and we're just caught in the middle, thinking it's costing us more money.
Yeah, you might be right.
And the world moves on, technology moves on.
But the thing that Smokesteve is saying is the world doesn't move on. We move on. The world,
yes.
Well,
which is China and India are the two biggest.
I mean,
the reason that they're doing what they're doing now, their excuse is, well, America did it and they exploded, and they took advantage of it. And now they're going to tell us that we can't do it.
Good point.
So if we stop doing it, maybe a generation from now, they're going to be the only ones doing it, or they can't do it anymore.
So you're saying last-ditch effort. Okay.
Well, it's like voting, Yeah, you can make the consorted argument that, if I go out and give my one vote, what difference does it make? You might, in 99.9999% of the time, yes, that is what it means. But if everybody felt that way, it does make a difference. So you got to start somewhere, and we are definitely it's undeniable that we're destroying this planet, and we have to find whether
here we go.
We are, and whatever way you want to call it or phrase it, that's the problem that people have then, and it's politicized, and one side wants to do this and the other side doesn't want to do that, and we just got to find better ways of existing without tearing apart, because whether it's now or 1,000 years from now, by 1,000 years, with our growth and our consumption, this world will be no different from an asteroid because of
that's assuming that no more incredible viruses will come along, and overpopulation tends to breed correction, and the correction will be something big.
And the other thing is, Aphid, is that I don't think we're destroying the world. Mother Nature will always win. I think if the only thing we're destroying is ourselves, and if we disappear tomorrow, then slowly but surely the world will heal, and the more oxygen will be created. And
I mean, it depends on it depends on how you're looking at that statement that you just made. Because are we destroying the world as destroying multiple species of animals, or are we destroying the world for significantly decreasing whole existences of vegetation and life in areas of the world? Yes, we are.
Yeah,
but will it exist after there's already one-celled organism? So after we wipe ourselves out, either with a nuclear bomb or by consuming and destroying this planet, and then we can't breathe or we all die from something or another, something will take over and exist after we're gone. But which we caused that existence. It wasn't caused by a volcano. It wasn't caused by natural occurrence. I mean, it could be caused by that, but we are showing signs that we are definitely, destroying everything in our path for the most part.
Yeah.
How so?
To the detriment of us, but I don't think it's to the detriment of the world as a whole.
Well, I just said how it's a detriment to other species and other existence of life in different areas on this planet, not just ourselves. I mean, we've destroyed hundreds, if not thousands, of species of animals.
I don't agree with you. I fundamentally disagree with you.
All right, well, let's hear it.
Well, I just think humankind is existing, and this is a natural progression of animals and humans, and I think there'll be less humans in the future. There'll probably a mass extinction event for humans. That just seems to be lining up, and it'll be
Well,
a
we are
great.
amazingly
What-
adaptable.
Well, with that, with
I
what you
just-
just said,
I-
though, Smokesteve, I mean, don't sit there and say that you think you're more intelligent than any other species when you're basically admitting that you're not.
No, but I am. But we all are.
I had this debate with some friends once, over a few beers, like you do, and they were saying the comment that was made was, "God, when you look at the world, how amazing it is that the animals that exist and plants." I went, "No, it's not," and they were like, "Well, what do you mean it's not? It is amazing how we've managed to live and all these things have been created." And I said, "Well, the thing is, the reason why I think it's not amazing."
Yes.
Well,
is-
You froze, Lee. You froze, Lee.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
I said the reason. I said the reason I don't think it's amazing is because everything that exists now is down to the fact of, once again, it's managed to survive. It's managed to change and adapt and be able to stay. Because if it couldn't, it would be dead. And there's many plants, many animals that have died throughout time. Nothing to do with our intervention. They just died out. So I don't think it's that amazing. Everything that exists now is because it was able to either adapt to the circumstances it was living in, otherwise it wouldn't exist. So I don't find it that amazing personally. It's
That's
just
That's a good point.
You could say, who's to say what was supposed to go extinct and what was supposed to live on? It's true, though, that we have had a tremendous impact, more than any other species. But we've been doing that since before civilization. I mean, we extincted the megafauna before we,
We're the alpha
before there was
species.
anybody, right, before England was a country, we extincted woolly mammoths and all those
animals.
megafauna.
Like in terms of dinosaurs or plants or trees that were like much bigger sizes than they are now. I was reading that it was down to the fact that there was 30% oxygen helps growth, and therefore because there's 30% less oxygen than there was, say, 80, 100 million years ago, that's why everything was so much bigger. I don't know how much truth is in that, but it's something that I read. That oxygen had a big part in things growing a lot bigger than they do today. So,
Grammaticus still has a taste for mammoth. It's that mammoth taste gene that he inherited from his ancestors 15,000 years ago. I don't know why, but I know I want a mammoth burger.
Certainly would have been a lot of meat.
yeah, that would have fed you for a good while.
Right.
As long as you could keep it from spoiling. I mean,
That's what I was
that
gonna say. It probably mostly got spoiled.
Probably just ate a bite and then let it rot.
Yeah.
Just like today.
This shit's too tough.
If only they had those Korean fridges last dance, they'd be fine.
Mhm. That's right. Very interesting.
So beyond that, then, in terms of living on this planet and ruining it and this, that, and the other, what's your opinions on, is there life somewhere else? Do you really believe that there could be life somewhere else?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah?
If you're asking, are there flying saucers flying around the Earth, I'm going to say no.
No, I'm not saying that, but
Okay.
I watched a TED lecture by this particular professor who was saying there's a really good percentage chance that actually we are the only people that are around of any kind of intelligence. And when he started to explain it all the barriers you have to go through, such as being the right distance from a sun, and then certain things developing in a certain period, the percentages started dropping so much. By the end of his lecture, it was like, there is a good chance that we could be the only people that, and therefore when you think of aliens, the only aliens that will be is us expanding and creating and civilizations on other planets. I thought, God, that's really interesting. But he was so convincing. There is a really good chance that we might only be the most intelligent life around.
I don't think there's anybody nearby. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
What
yeah,
do you
for
think
sure.
about the Navy pilots who have the Tic Tac shaped capsule on video? And
I don't know what it is, but
That's
I
the
know what it
problem,
is.
you know.
It ain't space aliens.
it's inspiring when they're talking about how it flies. It's
Yeah.
intriguing.
And then
But-
the whistle. Have you seen the videos of the whistleblower? He's actually been invited to Congress. I think he's gone to Congress as well.
I've seen the
We've got
videos.
We've got 12 vehicles that are in storage, and there is even some with like alien pilots.
I'll
like
say I don't
4 or
believe
5
a
bodies
word of
that-
it.
yeah. But although they say he's got no evidence, there's not, as in pure physical evidence. Apparently now there's some other officials that have come forward and said what he's saying is true. We do have out of
Apparently,
this world. Yeah, so that would be amazing to live in a generation where that's confirmed that there are other things out there that
it would be amazing. I agree.
yeah.
I have no belief that there's anything remotely like that.
No, I think it's military personally. I just think it's advanced technology on your side from the USA. I really do.
The only question in my mind is he lying or is he just wrong?
Yeah, I don't know if he's lying. Maybe he's been misled. Maybe he's taken it too far. I don't know. But
Huh.
it's very interesting. If you go back to the days of Bob Lazar as well, it's like everything he said is now being confirmed time after time after time.
Fire in the Sky.
Fire in the Sky is a great film. Yeah, I love it.
Is that Bob Lazar?
No, Bob Lazar is a guy that worked in Area 51, or it was called something different there at that time. Anyway, he came out and said, look, they've got vehicles, they're trying to back end. He was employed because he built a jet car, and when they looked into him, they said, oh, there's no proof that you worked at these certain companies. Oh, and even where he got his school qualifications, they said there's nothing to prove you've been to that school. Then all of a sudden he features in, you have these books, don't you, where you take pictures when you finish school, like a school book with your pictures.
Yeah, sure.
And he appeared in one of the school books.
Yearbook.
Yeah, yearbook, where they said he didn't attend the school. So it was like, oh, well, hang on a minute. You said that he didn't attend the school, but and then he worked for a particular company and he's got pay slips. And they said that he didn't work there because no one was willing to speak. And then he said he worked at Area 51 and he was working on one section of an unidentified flying object on the projectile system or whatever. And he explained how it worked. Then he said there was a new, on the periodic table, I think it was 115, which nobody knew about, and then the Russians discovered it for a millionth of a second, which helps you. It's an anti-gravity device, so you can fly and manipulate gravity in front of you. So a lot of what he said is now becoming, is like each discovery in terms of proving UFOs are real. Like everything he's saying back from the 1980s is like every step of the way it's becoming true what he said. Then he did a film last year. He did a film finally. He's never taken any money for anything. He's not into all of that. But he did a film with this guy, and the film's worth watching. Actually, it's called Bob Lazar something or other. And the moment the guy went to his house to ask him to sign up to do this film, he finally agreed. And then within 10 minutes of him leaving, on his way back to the hotel, he gets a text from Bob Lazar saying, the FBI are here, they're in my house, they're taking my computer, this, that, and the other. And like, it's been years since he spoke about it, and they were investigating him. And he's like, why is this? Every time I ever talk about this is why I don't get involved. He gets loads of pressure on him, and people turn up. You know, the old story of the men in black turning up and having a conversation with him. It's worth checking out. It does make you think, honestly. It really does. Like, why are they still hassling him? It's like he does know something. So, and as time goes on, more and more of what he says kind of bears out. So he's an interesting character. I don't think he's lying. He's never changed his story in like 20, 30 years. Unbelievable.
I don't know who he is, but he sounds like he's lying.
No, man.
I've heard of him. He's pretty famous.
He is. If you watch his latest movie, which, like I said, was this guy was hounding him for months and months and was going to please talk to me. If you watch it, it's pretty convincing. It's pretty convincing.
I don't know what Steve's trying to say, but we'll
He's
just
trying
keep
to say
talking.
he's going to pee and he's listening to it on his phone.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, Banksy style.
He's ordering a pizza. You guys want pepperoni? That's what he said.
I've always thought a more plausible explanation for any of that stuff was that they were time travelers. And
Could be.
I don't believe that there is, but it would make sense why it's so secretive if the government's covering up because they don't want to, cause any disruption in the future of what would happen. And then them being so secret, they're coming back to warn us or try to do something, but they know that if they do too much, it'll disrupt, what happens in the future.
Yeah, that must be it.
I like I said, I don't believe that, but I just thought that I've always thought that was more plausible than this there being, because it wouldn't make any sense why if there was some, like if we went to a different planet, we would look around, but we wouldn't be so secretive about it,
I'm trying to think of a single secret that has ever stayed secret. And,
exactly.
and
that's the
nothing,
thing with all conspiracy theories.
Nothing has ever,
right.
From the atomic bomb, how to build them,
right?
That was leaked out in real time to the Soviet Union, to just everything. It doesn't matter what it is.
9/11.
Either it comes
the
out,
Earth being flat.
The Earth being flat, right? You just can't fool people.
What do you think then if all of a sudden, one of the things, if aliens do exist, if UFOs do exist, I don't believe that. I think it's all military. But if they did for a second, if we just think about it for a second, if a huge UFO turned up over New York City and one over London and one over Paris and this, would it freak you? Would you be scared?
Yeah.
Well, not necessarily. If they started destroying it, then I'd be scared. If not, then it would just be I'd be freaked out. Sure, but
if they were silent for say a couple of days and they're just your typical American movie, you've got a UFO over a major city, and that's repeated around the world.
That never ends well.
Topple
thought it was one of the best 10 movies he's ever seen in his life.
Would you actually be, if the government are hiding it because they're like, oh, the general public will freak out and stuff, do you think it would cause that much pandemonium? Do you think you would be personally scared for you and your family?
No, it wouldn't cause that much pandemonium. People would just, what else could they do? They just carry on and people.
Yeah, I think they would. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it would cause mass hysteria if some fucking spaceship hovers over New York City.
It would cause hysteria, but still, people for the most part would carry on.
Yeah.
Keep calm and carry on. That's the way it is. It doesn't matter what it is.
Do you work for the Chive now?
The Chive, huh?
Yeah, they're the ones I think that came up with.
Yeah, whatever happened to that? I don't.
That.
That's a thing anymore, is it?
I don't know. It's just something that existed, and now it's
hey,
sort
Mr.
of there.
Kilsey.
Hey, killer. All right. I mean, what
surely
were we
Mr.
talking about
Kilsey
again?
won. Aliens. Surely
Aliens.
Mr. Kilsey one has some
aliens.
opinions on aliens.
Yeah.
You were saying, Steve, how would you feel if like a UFO just turned up at a huge huge machine turned up outside New York, just hovering in the sky, one in Paris, one in London, one in Singapore, or whatever, would it freak you out? Would you be really scared?
Yes.
Would you? I wouldn't. I just like, I'm like Last Dance. I'm not saying that wouldn't happen. I think a lot of people would go into hysteria, but personally, I just carry on. What's going to be?
If you're telling me they're going to be over all the largest cities in the world, then I know they're going to attack the highest population centers that humankind has.
I mean,
so
come on.
Then I know what their motivation is, and they're going for maximum kill numbers. So what I would say is head to the forest.
Right, exactly, dude.
Yeah,
especially after.
You.
I mean, we're only 3 years away from COVID scaring everybody shitless.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone some fucking spaceship over every major city. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but maybe they want to reach the biggest population to promote peace and say, look, we're here as friends. We're going to give you so much technology. You're gonna be in heaven with what we're gonna give you.
Well, you didn't say they were saying that shit. You said that they just pulled up and parked over the top of them.
Well, they might want a couple of days to have a rest before they talk to us. You're already pulling out your machine gun and firing at them before they've had
Hell yeah, I would be.
Shoot first. Why would they even be interested in Earth?
Yeah, they'd be like, they'd turn this shit around and be like, this place is fucked already, man.
The machine gun would be no help. What you would want is to just avoid low profile.
You'd want some of your cluster bombs.
Yeah, that'll show them.
Yeah, that'll show them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine it, they could be friendly and they go, listen, we've got the cure for cancer. We can sort you all out. It's not a problem. You can smoke as much as you want, and we've got a tablet that will cure any diseases for it.
Yeah, that's why they came here.
Yeah, right. We traveled millions of light years to help you guys.
Yeah, they might think we need help.
I mean, if we found a place that was several life existences away, we would do whatever it would take to start shipping our people off to that planet.
We already have a place. It's Earth. We can't talk to dogs. We can't talk to ants. We can't talk to anything, and we don't try.
Well, who tries to talk to dogs?
Well, I mean, what makes you think you'd be able to communicate any better with someone from another star system?
Well, I'd do better with a dog, that's for sure.
I mean, conquer your own planet, then worry about space aliens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's theoretical completely, and nothing has ever happened. I saw recently on a drone tech, our buddy Drone Tech made a video where he says, like, Marco Rubio is all of a sudden spouting off about things he's been told about UFOs. And Drone Tech was like, why would they tell Rubio? And he's not specific at all. So is Rubio just making it up? Is he...
Yes, he's just... that's the thing.
Is it total bullshit?
What did he say?
Well, we could look it up.
I mean, can you imagine 535 congressional representatives keeping quiet about anything?
Right, exactly. I'm going to try to find what the quote is here.
I believe the aliens are just like climate change. They will be used just like COVID to scare the people. They're just setting us up for it right now, getting us used to aliens. And then the aliens will come down with a cyber fucking laser you can't see. DEW, and it'll just knock out the power grid, and your internet will be gone, and you'll do whatever they say. That's it. You'll never see the alien ships, probably. But we'll buy it, because they'll tell us it's real.
All right, here it is. In the June 26 interview, Rubio stated that multiple individuals had corroborated a whistleblower's explosive allegations of a secret, decades-long UFO crash retrieval and reverse engineering effort. As the top Republican to the State Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and a member of the so-called Gang of Eight, Rubio's extraordinary comments carry particular weight. According to Rubio, only two remarkable outcomes will ultimately explain recent developments. Either what the whistleblower is saying is true, or we have some really smart, educated people with high clearance in a very important position in our government who are crazy and leading us on a goose chase. Interesting. Yeah.
What can you make out for? What is he saying? I have no idea what he's saying. Is he saying that somebody in the government with a current, is told him this through channels? The government's a big place. There are plenty of crazy people who work in the government, and I've met some of them.
Yeah, but he said that from the interviews I've watched with him, he's saying that they came to him. And although he's got no physical evidence, is that there's a number of people that come to him. And then with some of the
partially true, not particularly.
Yeah, but some of the names of the projects that he was given, because he was supposed to be, was it at the top of the tree, so to speak? And then he went and asked about them, and he said, "I want access to them," and then they were declined. He was declined, and he said, "Well, how can you decline? I'm the highest person in the pyramid, so how can you decline?" And they said, "No, it's beyond you, and you can't have access."
He's not the highest person in the pyramid. That's not
right. So that's what we're being told on.
That's not how it works.
Right. Okay. But he said he was denied access to certain projects, and he couldn't understand why because of his position. So,
yeah, it's an interesting concept.
To me, that just sounds like he was approached by random people, not that this is something that he knows.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But over the last week, there's now other people coming forward who are risking their jobs and going, he's telling the truth. It's absolutely true what he's saying. So, but you've got to take it with a pinch of salt.
I was going to say, let me tell you another story. There was some guy came down with a headache in Cuba, a U.S. government diplomat.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
And
is this the radiation thing?
And then somebody else said, "I got a headache too." And this started this mass hysteria where everybody claimed that they suspected that the Russians or the Cubans were beaming in some kind of rays, to destroying, and it just got, and the Russiagate journalists went crazy. Russia's, using directed energy weapons, and it was. When someone looked into it, it was all nothing. There was nothing there at all. Nothing at all was there.
Yeah. Except
mass hysteria, and possibly some cricket that was mating during this period in Cuba, making a lot of noise. So it's not like you can't have large groups of people that get together and you get mass hysteria. That really does happen.
Yeah, very well said. I was still on that. I was thinking there was something going on there.
It's like you say, last dance. At the end of the day, I have a very same mindset as you. Until there's hard evidence, until you can. It's one thing I always find strange about UFO videos and alien videos or whatever. They're always blurry, they're always grainy. And I always think, in this day and age, with the technology and mobile phones and everything, why can't somebody actually produce a video and go, look, here's another entity, it's an alien life form in full HD.
Right.
Yeah.
Why don't we see it on somebody's Ring doorbell?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
it's just like, And that's why I always think it's probably military. If it's a flying machine, it's probably the technology we don't even know about that's military. And as for human other life forms, yeah, until I see the hard evidence, then I can be a believer.
Hey, Nessie's been getting away for hundreds of years.
Exactly.
Was there a recent Nessie sighting?
There was, I think, a few weeks ago, actually. Yeah,
Yeah, I heard about that.
yeah, but I mean, it's got to be totally not like bollocks. I mean, there's no Nessie. It's good for tourism, but
I blame Nessie for killing that sub with the Titanic.
That's a good
Explorers.
point, Last Dance. I didn't even think about that, but I think you're onto something.
Well, do you think that any cryptozoological thing exists anywhere in the world? Any of you guys?
I mean,
That's going to be Bigfoot, Nessie, fucking
none of those.
whatever.
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are some large sea creatures
Exactly. That's what I was
that
gonna
haven't
say.
been discovered. Not the
Right.
size of Nessie, but I mean, there's the
The
depths.
size of a big yellowfin tuna.
maybe.
Are you talking about something that's a reptile, like a left-owner dinosaur, or
No,
a fish?
No, a fish.
Okay. Like coelacanth that was
Like a-
discovered.
A coelacanth, but even deeper than that. It's something that could really look funky. 'Cause
Sure,
it
sure.
lives in the perpetual darkness and
Yeah, of
Right.
course.
at very deep depths.
Giant teeth,
You're
big
right.
nose, that sort of thing.
I mean, we've been down there, but we haven't been down there that much.
Hmm. Yeah, and sometimes people get
The-
incinerated,
scale-
like
and
imploded to fish food if they go down.
Right.
there.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's like
They might appreciate that.
that level isn't like that's not like the lowest it goes either.
Not even close.
No.
Yeah, and there's shit down there living. Like
Yeah,
we
the
can't build
Mariana
we can't-
Trench is like 6 miles deep, man.
We can't build a sub that will withstand it, but there's like living shit down there.
Well, wasn't
Yeah.
there like a couple of decades ago? There was like we thought everything was dependent for life on sunlight, and then they find there's creatures living near volcanic vents, like
Right.
miles down. That
Right.
No, not just sunlight, but oxygen. And
yeah, and
these
it's like-
creatures live on methane,
yeah,
not
And it's
oxygen.
and that's still life. And without going full circle in terms of forget about aliens and spaceships, but other planets. If even if we discover somewhere where it's got some liquid, whether it's a sea or lakes or whatever, that would be deemed as life, wasn't it? If we could travel to that planet and then
Yeah, that's right.
deploy something that could go 2 miles, 3, 4 miles down, and find there's something that doesn't need any sunlight whatsoever. So
Some
Well,
goddamn
what's-
frog.
What's interesting, Lee, about that whole thing is that what you were just talking about disproved the original signs of life, because these animals, or whatever they were, did not need quote unquote air to live. They lived off of an air that would kill all other mammals, methane or whatever it was at the time.
Yeah,
So,
they're called methanogens.
right. So that changed the whole diagram, in my opinion.
So here's what I think. We don't even know what foreign life looks like, but there was one creature on Mars that was an alien life form, and when our ships landed, they squashed it. So that was it. We don't realize it yet, but in 100 million years, we'll realize that was the one thing left, and we accidentally landed on it and squashed it.
That's possible.
it's like that. You know what? You just reminded me of, I think it was a Twilight Zone, where there's an episode of some aliens coming into Earth. They can communicate with them. They give them coordinates where they can land, and basically they land. They're cursing humans because they come in because they want to make contact with us, and they land on a puddle that's in a run on the runway. But they think it's a lake because they're so small. They're so they're miniature. And they go, oh, you've tricked us, you've killed us, sort of thing, because they end up drowning and dying. Just reminded me of that episode. Sorry.
Huh. That's trippy, man.
Yeah.
I remember a Far Side cartoon where the aliens come to Earth, but they're in the form of fire plugs. And all the dogs start pissing on them, and they get angry. How can these Earthlings treat us this way?
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one escapes my memory, that's for sure. Aphid, do you remember that one?
No,
Well, you don't have
say I
to.
do.
I remember it.
It's the olden days, as they used to call them. Back in the long days. What do you guys think? What do you got? You got some more subjects, everybody?
Smokesteve's fading.
Getting faded. I mean, if you guys have stuff, look at Topple saying we're still going. Wow. If Topple joined in, it would be
Is
a whole...
Topple home? Is he home now? He wasn't home earlier.
He's not. He's out and about on the town, dude. I'm sure he's not. Otherwise, he would... Yeah, I'm a little gone. I'm not totally gone.
What'd you do on the 4th, Smokesteve?
Nothing. But on the 3rd, we have some big explosions that happen out here in the sky. So, on the 3rd, we partied. On the 4th, we recovered, you know?
Did you purchase fireworks this year?
No, we don't do it, man.
Oh, you just watch others?
Yeah, totally. Dude, how can you, like, took a picture of a guy's, like, waist from his fireworks display. It must have been $3,000 worth of fucking crap, you know, just it's cardboard at the time because it's already been shot off, but
right.
God almighty, these things are not cheap, man.
No, man. My boy, he hurt his ankle the day before 4th of July or whatever it was, and we were gonna go up there and get a little bit of fireworks. So we get there and he was gonna stay in the car because he didn't feel like walking around on his bum ankle. And he's like, "Don't spend more than $20." He gives me this laundry list of stuff he wants. He's like, "Don't spend more than $20, Dad."
Mm-hmm.
That's your boy.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, dude, we ain't gonna get nothing.
I'll get half a firework for that much money.
Right.
Yeah, $20. Like I was telling my buddy who lives up near the legal state, like, I'll put in 100, you put in 100, that'll give us 200, and that buys like nothing.
Nothing.
I mean, you could get a brick of bottle rockets and maybe
right.
some what are those? Snakes and those black cat snap things that just they fucking explode when you light them. They're like, you have to be Bruce Lee to be quick enough to get your hand away.
Instead of sparklers, you just light up the free punks they give you and be like, just wave this.
Exactly.
We used to light those snakes on the sidewalk in Chicago, and they I don't know what they're made of, but that stain would stay there for like 5 years.
I got shit all over my patio because my boy lit up. Because he did one. He's 14 now, so snakes don't do it for him.
Right.
He did one, and he was like, "Oh, this ain't nothing." So he put like 4 packs on top of each other. You know? So it's just nothing but a black shit stain on my patio out back.
Yeah, not too bad.
Years ago, when I was younger, it was like fireworks were only ever around like 5th of November for Guy Fawkes Night. But it's funny, as the years have gone on, it's like now people will buy them for like birthdays, at the end of the night. You might be having a barbecue or whatever, and it's somebody's birthday and they go off, or a celebration and stuff. But years ago, when I was young, that was the only time fireworks were around, which was like Guy Fawkes Night.
So, can you buy the good ones over there, Lee?
Oh yeah, big time, yeah.
Oh, cool.
But they're expensive though,
Right.
So
yeah,
a lot of people, what they'll do is that you'll have, like, say for example, for Guy Fawkes Night, you'll have a party and then people will pool the money so you can have a real load of good fireworks, rather than just have a a very limp show in your own garden. So it's best to get together with people and then you can share the costs and have loads of fireworks. So yeah, well that's what we do anyway. So
That's cool, man. What is Topple saying here? Molotov cocktail.
The reason they're so expensive is all this safety culture these days. Back in my day, you'd just get 3 or 4 sticks of dynamite. Let's throw them out there. Enjoy the explosion.
Did you ever actually do that with dynamite?
No.
All right. Okay. Cool. All right.
I don't know what the equivalent is in dollars. It's probably not far off, but you could buy like in a supermarket you can buy the fireworks from there. But like I said, a bit of a limp display. But for a decent rocket, which is like you travel a good distance and give a real good explosion, you're looking probably at £40 a piece.
$40?
Yeah.
That's cheap.
Is that cheap? Wow, I think.
Well,
That's
we
expensive.
have. Do you guys the artillery shells? That's what we have here, where it's a tube and it's a ball with just a wick
Yes.
coming out of it.
So that'd be about.
You light it,
40. Yeah.
drop it in there for
Yeah.
just one.
Yeah,
Oh wow!
yeah.
Well, I feel like a lot of them here are like preloaded, timed artillery shell, like
Oh really? Like a cake is what they call them.
a cake,
like a
yeah.
square
But they're
with a bunch of
huge,
different
dude.
ones.
Yes.
Well, we have the artillery shells where you usually buy a kit. It'll give you 1 or 2 of the tubes, and then there'll be like 20 of the balls. There's different weights, 500 grams, different weights of the balls that they put in there. And, probably $100 you'd get probably 20 to 30 of those balls.
Wow.
Pretty big ones.
Yeah, that's good.
No kidding, huh? Sizey balls. Is that the kind you
Yeah.
like?
They're, the good sized ones are probably the size of your fist.
Whoa! Mama. All right. Topple's eating up the chat. Come on, Top. Bring it on home, buddy. He's like, I'm not home. I can't join on. I'll just fucking text every 4 seconds to the fucking
Right.
chat. Get your ass on here. Come on, homeboy. Shit, let's test the
You
capacity.
could use your phone.
Yeah, internet.
That's
Lee,
all.
do they have places where for that? I know you guys have that day where everybody does like bonfires and stuff, and
Go for
do
it.
they have like where the cities will put on a display? Will they shoot up
Yeah.
gigantic? Okay,
Yeah, that's where we usually go. So being in Manchester, there's a place just up the road called Stockport, and they put on a big show. And
Right.
it's so big that they have to get permission from the Manchester airport when they can start because of the aircraft.
right,
coming in.
right.
And it's like, it's a phenomenal show. That is really good. Yeah, and
Hey,
thousands of people turn up for it as well. It's huge.
Hey, hi, Miss Know-It-All, Knows-It-All. Hopefully not Miss Knows-It-All, but welcome to the pub.
This year we went to one of those displays, Lee,
You guys.
and go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh,
Fucker.
anyway, sorry. Anyway, we got there early because you got to lay your blanket out or your chair or whatever,
Yeah.
And we went this year, and we got there way early because we wanted to get a good sight and everything. My son was all excited because we used to do something on the 4th, so we were looking for something to do this year. So we were gonna go see that. And as soon as the show started, these people stood right in front of us and blocked our view.
Oh, I
The
saw that. I
entire-
saw those
The
pictures.
entire time. I couldn't believe it, man.
How come you didn't move?
How come you didn't shoot him?
Well, you couldn't move because there was at that point because we got there early. We got good seats, and by the time the fireworks started going off, it was solid people, all like for as far as you could see around us, because this is a big display that they put on. And right in front of us, there was a blank area because there was some mud, and you couldn't because we've had so much rain lately, and you couldn't get there because there was standing water in some of the locations. And so it was just enough. You couldn't put a chair down. It was just enough room for them to stand. And they, after the fireworks display started, they got in front of us. It was a whole family. Like dad was in between them, and he must have been like 8 feet tall, and put his arm around his wife and son and watched the whole damn show right in front of us. I was so pissed. But what are you gonna do? You gonna yell at him? You know? He's got his son there. He's got his arm around his son. You know, what am I going to tell him? He's got to get the hell out of here. You know, we were here first.
Yes.
So, I don't know, man. I didn't know what to do. I didn't say. I pussed out and I didn't say anything.
I mean, it's not my personality to be argumentative. My sister, on the other hand, would have she would have made their lives miserable. They would have gladly gone back and gone behind her. Because she has a vicious tongue to that little. Keeps slicing in.
My wife kind of does, but I'm surprised she didn't. She was saying stuff loud enough where they could hear, but she didn't actually, confront them.
Yeah.
And there's a nice little old lady that she came all by herself. She had to be 80 years old, and she was there before we were there, and she put her little lawn chair down. And there was people standing in front of her too, and I was just like, "Man, this." You want
to know a secret?
Ignorant.
They know what they're doing too.
Oh, I'm sure they did, because they walked.
Not like,
they came there first, and they left for a little bit, and then they came back and then stopped and stood.
Well, I don't know about that. I had an interaction with some other people, mariners, like boat to boat thing the other day, and I think that people don't really know what they're doing. Last Dance. Yeah. For you to assume they're conscious of it is it's an overstep. These people look like idiots to me, dude.
Yeah, but
I mean they do.
I mean, if
I think Last Dance knows that they know what they're doing, but if they're confronted with it, they're going to act like they have no clue. What?
Exactly.
No, I had no idea.
I didn't realize. I just thought it was lucky that I was able to get in front.
Right, exactly.
And nobody's in front of me.
I mean, if it was me, I would have been like, look back and say to the person, come on up. Like, we're trying to find a spot to watch it, but we don't want to block you, so maybe we can all, like, kind of, like, exist in the same area without blocking you. Or go back and sit with them, like, maybe we go back to your, whatever it is. But
I mean, you're not the sociopath that runs in front like that. That's right.
No, and I am generally a sociopath, but when it comes to respect like that, I am not.
I'd like to think that if he didn't have his son with him, I would have said something to him. But I just thought his son was around my son's age, and I just thought of what he would think of the situation or me, because he probably wouldn't think his dad did something wrong. He probably would think I was a jerk or something, and it was definitely the boy that kept me from saying anything.
Are you trying to be nice?
Yeah,
I sat there and I took it.
Yeah, because your superior ethics, we're
I'd like to think so.
You got run over by the guy who's had inferior ethics. That's how it is.
Yeah.
It's the that's why sociopaths come out on top. That's why they're all CEOs and and presidents and politicians and Trump, and that's where they end up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how that works.
And now we come to a conundrum on the pub. I am ready to make a new drink and keep this thing going, but you guys keep the heartbeat of this thing alive. Do you want to keep it going?
I tell you what, I got something I need to run by you, Smokesteve. So if you do, go get the drink and come back. And you're the one that I know has an idea of where I'm going with this, so I'd like to
all right, so you're in, homie. Last Dance, you're in?
I'm in.
Scum smoking weed, and he's just fucking blazing away down there. I love it in Toronto, man.
I thought that it was legal at your pub.
Oh, totally, dude. I smoke.
I think all of us, it's legal in our states. So
we're gonna borrow Last Dance's bong and get this done, boys.
Steve, I'm sorry. I was just trying to do something then, and just on that question, yeah, 100%, mate.
Take it easy, Topple.
From time to time, I've always praised you for giving up your time and praise to your wife as well, because it's family.
Yeah, she's the best. She's the fucking rock star, dude.
And I just want to say, once again, as I've said in the past, no, really thank you for the time that you give up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep this thing going. It's rolling.
Good point. That's a good point, Lee.
100%. So,
And Topple saying good night,
Here,
Smoke
here.
Steve. I'm not going to bed, homie. I'm just fucking gonna take a leak. And
I thought he
grab-
was going.
Oh, maybe he is. All right, I'm coming back.
We've seen Smokesteve a lot worse. I think he will come back this time.
Oh yeah.
What worse? What kind of a? What is this? The Spanish Inquisition? For Christ's sake! All right, I'll be back. Peace.
Well, to be fair, there's been times when he's left like this. Oh, you're gonna have to mute him.
All right, muted. There you
He's
go.
left on these circumstances, and then Smokesteve's wife comes in and is like, "The last dance, you're gonna have to close it down." Cause...
That's only once that's happened, and he was fading. You know, he was barely conscious when he left at that point. In fact, I think she dragged him up to bed.
Right.
Oh, yeah, but it would be so cool if there were a space alien craft. I mean, that would be the highlight of the year at least.
Yeah, imagine. Can you imagine being in that generation as well, where we discovered that? That'd be amazing.
It's still science fiction though.
They could sell a lot of tickets, like if a museum housed some spacecraft that's been undercover for 50 years.
Always thinking like P.T. Barnum.
That's right. Oh, that reminds me. I scored at the grocery store today. There was I needed to get some broccoli, and there was such short stems on the broccoli caps.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I was like, dang, I really saved on, not wasting my money on the weight of those stems that I'd have to cut.
Because you don't like the stems, but I like the stems.
What do you do with the stems?
Well, as long as they're not too woody. But usually they have great taste. They have great broccoli taste, and I cut off the end,
just
and
the
then
brown part.
I just slice the stem into reasonably thin slices, not too thin though, just so that it steams through like the rest of the broccoli, and it's delicious.
Sure. Do you cook most of your food yourself? Do you prepare most of your food yourself?
As opposed to who?
Well, like going to a local, place that you can buy food at or something, or
mostly I eat at home.
Yeah. So what's your like most enjoyable meal that you make yourself?
Oh, what I really like is to make hot and sour soup.
Oh, really? That's my go-to when I go to Chinese restaurants.
Yeah.
And I base my future guess on how the rest of the food is going to be on their hot and sour soup. But that's always the first thing I go to.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
Is that right? What do you put in it?
Yeah. It's not that. I like to put in. I like to put in wood ear mushrooms. I go to the Asian grocery and get them.
Mm-hmm.
I like fried tofu, and I slice it up real thin. Bamboo shoots, slice those up.
Yeah.
And what are the other ingredients? I have a recipe I follow.
Do you put green onions on top?
No, but I would. Those would be great.
What about the things that they give you at the Chinese places?
Yeah, I call it
the crunchy
noodles
strips.
or something. Noodles.
Yeah. Do those have egg? Do those have egg in them?
I can get them where they don't have. They're just flour and wheat flour. Yeah, I get them if I remember at the store.
Yeah, I usually put those in the bottom before I put the soup on top. And I sprinkle the green onions on top of that. Oh, that's good though. Sweet and
I
simple.
also like to put some fresh cilantro on and some sesame seeds.
What do you spice it up with?
I like this chili paste with garlic sauce that I like.
Is that what's that shit called? That Korean one?
Lee Kum Ki or something?
No, I think it's called.
I like Hoi Fong. That's my favorite brand.
Hoi Fong is sriracha. They make all the good ones. And there's one called. It's called. What the hell is it called? It's fucking. What the fuck? It's fermented cabbage. Gochujang.
It doesn't sound like something I would. I've had kimchi.
Yeah, similar.
Yeah, kimchi is fermented.
Yeah, I don't like kimchi.
Okay.
Most fermented stuff. Yeah.
Just alcohol.
Yeah.
Right.
Same process.
Oh, I hear you. I like fermented anything. I like anything that's stinky and funky. And
There's some Indian stuff that's really reeks, man.
I don't like that. Not too much. Like, just a little stink.
Indian food is I think 75% of all people that live in India are vegetarians, I believe. I could be wrong on that.
I don't know. There are a lot of them. It's a big thing in Hinduism.
But a lot of Indian food is strictly vegetarian
It is.
or vegan. Okay, so Smokesteve.
Yeah.
Okay, so me and my son, he's always he doesn't, he's 14, so he's not aware that these money making schemes already exist. So he keeps presenting them to me, and I'm like, dude, it's no, making websites. He had this idea. I'm gonna make websites, and I told him, I'm like, dude, there's like 100 people that want to make a website for every one website that's made.
Yeah.
But anyway, so today, and I kind of came up with it because I'm a fan of the Barstool Pizza reviews, which I know you are aware of.
Oh yeah.
And are you aware of the app?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm
You
not
don't have
going-
it.
No.
Okay.
But I
the
know each pizza review comes in at 6 p.m. daily. EST.
It is daily, dude. It is daily. It's one thing that you can count on that Dave is going to give us a
what is it?
pizza review.
Explain what's happening.
Well, Dave
Okay.
Portnoy does a pizza review, and he does it debut every day at 6 p.m. EST.
How many pizzas can someone do?
He
A
must
lot,
he does-
dude.
He's
A
got the
lot.
same shirt on in like 4 of the episodes, and he does 4 pizzas. He only eats 4 or 5 bites out of it, or that's all they show. I don't know.
Okay.
He can do 8 in a day.
Where does he
Yeah.
get them? What does he live in New York City? I mean, where did he get?
He's
so many-
a sports Barstool sports guy, so he's
Yeah, I've
always
heard of
going to
him.
town because I think he does other things related, like podcast and announce maybe. I don't know what else he does. Smokesteve, I think, knows more about him than I do.
Indeed, I do. He owns Barstool Sports,
Okay.
which he sold to a casino in Las Vegas for like $300 million, and now
Did he?
he's
Oh, so he's got that much money.
yeah.
Oh,
Now
my
he
God,
just
I
is
didn't
still
know
the
that.
president, and he's like running it, doing the pizza reviews. He's fucking betting on horses at Saratoga.
I know he does. He talks about that. Yeah.
If you see what he spends, it's unreal, dude. He fucking
Wow.
throws away money, dude.
Wow.
Like, it might take like you or I, Aphid, like as small business guys. Let's say you make 30 grand in like 3 or 4 months. He could
Right.
fucking blow 30 grand in 1 hour. Fucking guy, dude. But
Disgusting, man.
It's disgusting, but I like it. It's also American.
He does not like. I didn't know this about. I mean, I knew that he was involved with Bars. I didn't know he was like the main cheese of.
I
And
like
I've heard
him.
of it.
I am a fan of his, and Topple with his total douche thing. That's fine if he thinks that. I like Portnoy. I think he's great.
Yeah, I do too. He seems like an average guy. He seems like he seems like one of us. But anyway, so his app that he's got. Topple.
One Slice, I think it's called, or Slice, or something like that. Yeah.
And you could submit a review to your local, whatever pizza place you go to, and you vote on it just like he does his review, and then you can even upload a video of you reviewing just like he does. Anyway, so it's an app. You open it up and you can pull up the map of your area and see what other people have voted for that pizza in your area. It's brilliant, because if you want to find a good piece of pie, you can open up the app and find
It's
the
huge.
better places. So I came up with this idea today that was going to be basically, and I'm just putting it on here on YouTube for these 8 people watching to catch me on it. It's going to be pretty much this. I'm stealing his idea, but I'm going to do it for public restrooms.
Oh, that is strange. Is it a gay thing or just
no?
It's a disgusting thing.
Yeah, exactly. So that way
God.
like if you need to, if you need
Mate,
to take a
you know
piss,
what?
You got to go.
This place would be acceptable if you just want to take a piss. But if you
You
want
know
to
what?
sit
The
down
gay thing that I brought up might be a good warning. Like, hey, there's a lot of guys who are looking for it here, so get in and get out. Don't tap your foot when you're in there or anything.
I knew we were going to get the foot tapping. I knew that was
Foot tapping. Come on.
make
We'll
an
never
appearance.
forget that. We'll never forget that, right?
You remember the
But yeah, because
senator's
you're all-
name?
I definitely
Larry Craig.
based.
Go ahead.
I think who was the Wham dude got busted with tapping?
George Michael.
George Michael. I think he got in some trouble with the foot tap.
Poor guy. He's dead now.
I know. But anyway, so when I really base like a restaurant on the quality of their bathroom, because I feel like it's a representation of what the kitchen looks like, is the bathroom. If they keep a nice clean bathroom, they're going to keep a nice clean kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that
you don't like to eat
winner.
it. You don't like to eat at Chinese restaurants, do you?
No, one of the first things I do is go check their bathrooms. And if they got mismatched, handles and faucets and stuff like that, then I know that kitchen is not well thought of. It's
men's bathrooms
Cook it
are
at high
never.
temperature.
Yeah,
Yep.
men's bathrooms are never as highly scrutinized as women's. Women's bathroom is the real. I mean, a men's room, dude. I mean, it could be full of fucking piss everywhere, and it could be superficially clean, but
you don't
I
want
gotta
to
say-
eat after somebody that takes care of a room like that.
It's kind of a Baltimore thing that the restrooms should be horrible, and they actually work hard to make them terrible places.
in other parts of the country, they put the paper towels near the door so you can grab some to dry your hands, and then open the door with it to get out, and then
they have
throw.
a trash can right there.
You guys have that too. That's a common thing.
Well,
Yeah.
they got that thing, and it's only been I could be wrong, but I've only noticed this in the past, I'd say less than a decade, is the foot puller that they put on the bottom of the door, that you can use the bottom of your foot to pull the door open.
Never
and I'll
seen
use
one.
it every time. Oh, they don't have those there.
No.
Because here, now some of the places it's a bar, and then, like say this is the door, and then it's a little thing that comes off, and it's got raised teeth on the end of it, so you can set your foot on it and you can grip it and pull it open
I
and
thought
walk out.
that's not a bad idea.
It's
Here
a
you just have to
brilliant
learn
idea.
the sterile technique is you wash your hands with the towel. Don't throw the towel out. Open the doorknob with the towel,
Absolutely.
and either put your foot in the door or
Right.
time it so you let go of the
Get
door,
out.
throw it in, and get out.
Do the shuffle.
Do the shuffle. That's. the
I
best
always,
you can do.
especially you can notice this more on a brass door handle, is I grab the dirtiest part of the door handle, because the shiniest part is where everybody's skin is grabbing onto it and it's polishing it clean. So I know that the most least used part is that corner that's down at the very bottom. I use my pinky because I'm less likely to use that to grab whatever
That's not,
food I'm going to eat on.
that's not reliable enough.
Well, if you've got no other options.
Well, okay.
Because if there's not a trash can, I'm not going to be the guy that takes a dirty towel that I just used to open the door and just throw it on the ground. You know what I'm saying?
You're not going to be that guy. I know.
No. I might shove it in my pocket. And then
Ew!
hopefully remember, next time I need one, and I don't grab in there and be like, oh, good.
Oh,
Or
my
worse
God.
than that, wash the clothes with the towel in it. That'll
The humanity.
get strips of it all over everything. Not that
I
I've
mean,
ever done that. God.
sounds pretty innocent. I mean, what can happen? What can go wrong?
Here's the other thing that on that same subject is I think you don't buy used belts because belt buckles are the got to be the most disgusting thing.
I was just thinking that same thought today.
Yes, everybody. It's got to be because you never wash your hands before you touch that belt buckle.
Because you got to
wipe
pull
your
your
ass.
pants up
gotta
before
pull
you go
your
to the
pants
sink.
up.
So what do you do? How do you make it work?
The belt buckle, man. Nobody thinks about the belt buckle, but it's coated with
the belt buckle.
particles.
The belt buckle is probably not a very germ conducive surface. It's the belt itself that's probably
Well, either
the
or,
collected.
I agree with you. But the
What
What
if
if
it's
leather?
need to be
Yeah,
soak
it's-
in that shit.
Leather is friendly to for bacteria.
Right.
They love
Well,
it.
I mean, no, I don't think so. Leather is antimicrobial,
Is it? I wouldn't.
isn't it?
Where are you getting this from?
I mean, you wouldn't think a cow is a sterile
Nowhere.
environment, would you?
Somewhat, depending on the cow. I mean, what specific cow are we talking about? These cows vary.
Okay.
I don't know,
I mean,
man.
you have one cow over here, and then another cow. One could be all fucking dirty. The
Plus-
other is mad clean.
Whoever
Fuck.
cleans their belts, anyways,
Or they're cows.
or their cows, right?
So,
Topple's absolutely right that I'm a germaphobe and I smoke cigarettes. And when I go to a gas station and I have a half-burnt cigarette, I don't want to waste that half-burnt cigarette. And I'll set it on my tire and not think twice about it. And my tire has accumulated, hundreds of thousands of miles of germs.
It's the filthiest thing on the planet.
Got to be.
have you burned the tread at all?
No, I don't burn the tread. I've never seen it burn the tread. I just
All
set
right.
it on.
So you always remember and make it back. It's never burned through any rubber.
No, never.
All right.
But no, I've never seen a mark in the thing. But like some people will set them on by the front door. There'll be a brick ledge or something by the front door, and people will set them there, burning, and then go pay for their stuff and grab it and take it out. And then there could be still wet saliva from the guy that was just in there. So
Yeah.
I set it on my tire. It's rolled over. Everybody's spit and who knows what.
I don't know what's better. I mean, it seems to me you could forget and your car could go up in a burn, like a huge burn pile, but
I wouldn't think the heat from a lit cigarette would be enough to do much damage to a car tire.
No, it never does.
you'd probably be right.
The cigarettes these days, they go out after about 10 seconds and not popping on them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I know a guy who burned his truck to the ground by leaving a torch turned all the way down, but not off.
Now, that would do
Like
it.
a
That's
butane?
Yeah, like a simple little blue, like the blue propane, the
Right.
little, with that gooseneck, a little thingy there.
Right.
Nothing
right.
special.
Why would
Wasn't
you leave
even-
it on?
Well, he turned the knob down and put it behind his seat. But turning the knob down doesn't mean that it shut off.
Oh, he didn't realize it was still on.
Correct. You turn the
Didn't
knob
know.
down on that style, it only went to the lowest
Low
gas
setting.
setting.
Oh,
Correct. And then, like 5 minutes later, his truck was engulfed. And I think he got money for it. So somehow they deemed it not his fault.
With the bathroom thing, though, you reminded me of during COVID, how when everyone was getting crazy about washing their hands all the time, and nobody was like washing their phone. These are the people who here in Toronto, their phones in their fucking hand like their third hand, and they're sitting on the toilet playing with their phone, and they're fucking washing their hands before or after, while putting the phone right back in their pocket, And I'm just like, you're just gonna pick up that phone, you're just like The phone has everything on it, man, and I don't see you guys going all crazy about fucking disaffecting your phone every 20 minutes, and people didn't get it. They thought I was nuts. I'm like, you people aren't that bright. You guys are all
Phones
about
are
fucking going
cesspools.
crazy and washing your hands, but you're not washing your fucking phone that much, and it's in your hand like half the fucking day. So
I agree.
why are you so worried about your hands if you're not worried about the phone you touch with your hands while you're taking a shit? You know?
Man, at the
Yeah.
very beginning of COVID, we were gloving up to go to the grocery store.
Oh yeah, I remember that I was like a champion germaphobe.
Oh
the
my
beginning of-
god, dude. We had a whole wash. Now that I'm thinking about it, we had like a whole wash station where we would get the groceries with our gloves on, come home, park in the front, and like I would bring them and drop them off in the garage, and my wife would wash the groceries before they were allowed in the house. Then they had to sit there for like a 24-hour period or something.
Yeah, I remember that.
Good Lord, I'm almost ashamed to even think back to
Thanks,
What?
Anthony Fauci.
that. Right.
24-hour period. I never did
Yes.
anything
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah, because then don't you remember how long can COVID live on a
that. No, I
surface?
don't.
Right.
I never bought into any of the surface propaganda. I thought it was all bullshit.
I never necessarily believed it, but I did whatever they said was the best information I had, so I used
Right.
it.
Exactly. I didn't buy into it either because what the very first, like before it even came to the United States, they were showing clips of China and how they were reacting over there. And they weren't big on, I mean, they were big on it because they were like hosing the sidewalks down in the middle of the night and stuff. But everybody wasn't as protective with their skin as they were the breathing. The breathing they were definitely more focused on. So I thought maybe that was like one of my first things. But, back at the time, if you had to do, I mean, it turns out in all reality, it was we're better off than it could have been. I had fears that it was going to be worse than it really was.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't know. You don't know. So if you got to do 10 precautions, it's better to take those 10 precautions if one of them is going to fall true and you should have done that one thing and you didn't, and then you ended up getting it and dying because you got it. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I looked at it at the beginning.
Right. But now we don't even think about it. Isn't that amazing? Now I
Yeah,
remember-
well, I mean, I go to the grocery stores and I still see people that are totally
do.
like masked up. So
I do too.
they're
but
still
I
living that life.
But they were always germaphobes before COVID, and now,
Yeah, but
now I
you
think
didn't
they're even more
mask
germ.
as common as you did before.
Well, now
Is
the
it- is it
germaphobes know about
idiotic?
masks.
Is it idiotic to see that? When you see that, do you think it's idiotic?
No, I don't think that. I think
No,
it's-
I don't think bad of them. I
I
wouldn't
think
say.
they're. First of
Well,
all,
you're
some of them
both
may
you're
be-
both questioning. I can see you putting some caveat on your answer here.
Well,
If they were a friend of mine, I would like to have a conversation with them and see what their thought process was.
I mean, I don't know whether they might have cancer, they might have immune
Exactly.
system issues. I don't know anything about it.
Right.
But most likely they're germaphobes, and I think germaphobes are now more aware of masks because of COVID. So now they've added masks to their germaphobe repertoire that they didn't know about before. I think that's what we're seeing.
Now, it does seem like most of the people that I still see wearing masks are wearing the type of masks that don't really do much, and we know that those masks don't really do much.
I see a lot of those KN94 masks, whatever. they're called.
95.
Not N95, the KN ones that kind of.
Yeah, KN is 95s too.
Okay, KN95s.
Yeah, they're pretty good. I mean, they're much better than the cloth.
I don't see any cloth masks anymore.
Oh, really? Yeah, I see a lot of cloth ones still.
Well, that's just a
Like
fucking waste.
personalized cloth ones. They'll have
I
a
don't see them.
decoration or they match their outfit or something.
Oh,
Hmm.
I certainly don't see that.
Yeah,
Those
the
don't do
K-
anything.
The KN95s, if they're new, are 95% filtration. That's what that means.
Those are pretty much the only ones I ever used.
Yeah, they're solid.
Now I probably wore them way too long because they were filthy disgusting. But I still thought I'm not gonna wear that flimsy basically a t-shirt over the face. I'm not gonna wear that. I just didn't think that it really did much.
I'd wear the same one for fucking 30 days straight at work, just the disposable kind. And then when it was fucking all nasty and raggedy, like the stock you wore for fucking a week straight, I just throw it in the fucking garbage.
Mm.
And I was unvaxxed, and people would fucking get mad at me for fucking spitting in garbage cans and shit, and I'd just be like, fuck off. Fuck off.
I thought you had to get masked in Canada. I mean, vaxxed in Canada.
So, yeah, they've outcasted me pretty hard, but
How do they enforce it?
For a couple of years, but I think I'm allowed to leave now.
How do they enforce it? The vax mandate.
Well, it went by profession here, so you're working for the government, or you're working for the city,
Okay.
or you're working for municipalities, or you're working for health, like Canadian. We have free health care, so if you're working in a hospital or any kind of healthcare industry, you were forced to, and if not, you were fired. So
That'll do it.
So with me, I work for an American company, but I'm a school worker, and it wasn't mandated. For me, it was fucking like, go to work, go into a fucking mobile trailer with security guards that take your temperature, fucking fill out a form, fucking walk into work every goddamn day for about a year. It was like that. And
You always
I
gotta.
wear a fucking mask. I wear a fucking mask all the time for almost 2 years. Terrible.
We always got to give people a choice, whether it's right or wrong. We think it's right or wrong, or whatever. I mean, it's just
All I learned from that was, guess how many temperatures were wrong out of those 300 people for a year and a half? Not one temperature was off. So that's
Did you ever
surprising to me. It makes me think it was all bullshit, because not one person came in with a wrong temperature, not knowing it, and with all that COVID around, and I don't know. It's really weird.
Did you ever get it? COVID?
They had it twice.
Was it ever bad?
Couldn't move for 3 days once at the start of the one time I got COVID, and it was pretty fucking bad. I literally called my neighbor. I said, yo, you got to bring me over to this ginger root, lemon, fucking some Tylenol, some Aleve. You got to bring me over to this. And I fucking cured it both times naturally. So the hardest thing I used was like an Aleve or something for the fever or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It was just a week of, the one time was really bad. The other time was, maybe lasted 2 weeks. But just the 4 days was really fucking bad. So I don't know. But I wanted to get it, right? So I was just like, I want it, right? So my immune system can get used to it, and I can get over that, and I'll be stronger after. And I'm going to use all natural ways except for Aleve or Tylenol if I have a fever. And that's it, And I put myself in a room with a heater cranked up, and I fucking, drank fucking garlic and ginger root and honey in a fucking glass and whatever you would normally do when you're sick, And a little bit of scotch, maybe. A little bit of this maybe helped too. Just a little, though.
Glenlivet, very
Glenlivet's
nice.
a COVID killer.
We used to say a gurgle a day of that keeps the COVID away. So we gurgle one shot of bourbon or scotch every day during the pandemic at the end of every night.
That'll be a symbol.
Swish, gurgle, swish some whiskey. Just one shot a day.
Very nice.
I don't know. It's pretty bad here, though. Like, yeah, I know some people that died. Some people I known on my YouTube channel for 10 years died. Some of them were young. Some of them weren't. So I don't know what to say with the whole COVID thing. Like, I'm not like, I don't believe COVID is real, or I don't hate people who are unvaccinated or vaccinated. I'm not like any of that. Just, it was harsh for me being unvaccinated. I took a lot of black. Only one in my family, not too many people at work unvaccinated. There's some weirdos acting weird around me and shit, so I deal with that. It wasn't nice being persecuted in your own land. You can't go to the library. You can't go to the arena. You can't go here. You can't go anywhere without your vaccination fucking QR code. And I just felt like I should get a tax refund because I paid the tax dollars since day one. I've never been unemployed a day in my life. And they're telling me I can't go to public amenities like the public arena or the fucking whatever, the library, fucking this, that, and that. So I'm thinking, like, where's my refund? I don't care if it's $20. I want my tax for not being allowed to use my amenities because
Are
I wasn't the one going against the charter rights here. I had my freedoms. And I fucking
are the
exercised.
restrictions still in place?
No. I'm allowed to go in Burger King and eat inside now without showing a QR code. I don't have to go to the drive-thru.
But still,
No, it's not like that
It
anymore.
does not have to.
oh,
Yeah, it's not like that anymore. But it was like that for a long time.
see you, Smokesteve. It was good.
Later.
Good hanging out with you tonight.
Yep.
Oh, where'd Steve go?
Did he? I didn't notice him getting ready to leave.
Yeah, he seemed like he was still somewhat conscious.
He didn't wave goodbye or anything. I didn't miss it.
Last chance, you never got it, did you?
Got what? I did. Yeah.
COVID? Oh, I didn't think you did.
Yeah, I got it.
I don't think I ever did.
Got it in April of 2020. Was it 22 or 21? 22.
Was it bad?
April of last year? No, it wasn't bad.
It was later on.
Yeah, I mean it was the Omicron.
I saw
variant.
some, I guess, commercials. What do you call it, for like some upcoming report? They were calling it the triple threat. I don't know what the other one was. It was COVID and the flu. I don't know what the third thing was. But like
MRSA?
almost scare tactics, and I was like, really? Come on.
Recently?
Yeah, this was like what we could be looking for this season, you know.
But nobody's going to pay attention to that anymore.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, I didn't even pay attention to the commercial.
Yeah, but I mean, you know,
but I was surprised that it was the way they framed it.
Was it a news channel doing, you know?
I don't remember
because you know they want.
I really haven't been watching, and I gotta say it is so refreshing. But I haven't been consuming almost zero news in the past month, I would say. And it's for the first time in like 5 years, you know. It's so refreshing.
Yeah. Well, it's still clickbaity, you know. They need to put something alarming there so you'll click on it or turn it on and watch it.
If it bleeds, it leads.
No, that's always been true, though, right?
If they had told me I had to get it or I lose my job, I would have lost my job. Those are where I was at. I don't make that much money anyways. Though. I'm just a steel worker.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen that way.
No, I was worried that it was going that way because I worked for an American company and they were getting kind of like that on that side of the border for my company.
Right.
Fuck, you know. But never.
Now, even from because I'm a sign maker and I do stuff for, you know, like sites and, you know, different sites of different projects going on and stuff, and I never saw any signs of COVID from day one when I would go to those sites. It was like once I would pull on to that dirt path that led to whatever they were constructing, nothing had ever changed.
Yeah.
No one wearing masks. No one.
Nope. And I didn't either because I was like, I wore masks in grocery stores and stuff like that. But when I would go to those job sites, I was just like, first I was outside most of the time, so I wasn't too concerned. But I was ashamed, you know. I thought those guys would think I was, you know, weak if I put a mask on.
Yeah.
You know what I didn't like was at my work, so we got like a big cafeteria, you know, it's like a big factory or whatever. They fucking took the tables and fucking put in different tables and put 4-way fucking glass, so it's like you're in prison when you go to talk to somebody through the glass. And that's how the tables are all designed. So you're all in a little fucking square with fucking whatever Lexan walls beside you while you sit there and eat. And I said, holy
But just while you were eating?
This looks like a fucking sci-fi movie or a prison scene. I never went in the cafeteria again. I started eating my Jeep every fucking day.
But it was just when you were eating? So like you would sit there in
the cafeteria where people go to eat.
But what I'm saying is you'd sit there in that cubicle, like you know, protected from the guy sitting next to you, and then you get done eating and you go work with that guy in the field, like right next to him with no mask or no nothing.
No, you had to wear masks. Everyone had to wear
Oh,
masks.
you did
They
have to wear
also
masks.
put up on like the steel assembly lines. They put up fucking
Mm.
plastic like phone booths,
Mm.
like you know. So you go into, it used to be working kind of beside someone within arm's distance, and now there's fucking plexiglass. And you're in a phone booth
Gotcha.
reaching onto an assembly line. It was like, God, Jesus, look,
My
it looked like prison.
my supply companies
Worse.
did very well during COVID because, you know, pretty for the most part, they only served plexiglass to people like myself that would be making like a lighted sign that would say the name of somebody's business on it that would be backlit, And when COVID happened, people were looking everywhere for sheets of plexiglass because I had to install them because people didn't know who to call to install them. So they'd call a sign company and I'd go install hanging pieces of plexiglass, but the distributors that I used to buy my supplies from, they had a lot of plexiglass and they sold tons of it because it was one of the only places that you could readily have plexiglass available. But they did very well.
I still see
It
a
was
lot
hard. It was hard for a guy like me to get a piece of plexiglass because I'd call my guy and he'd be like, I got none right now. And, they only made, plexiglass sits on a warehouse for, years probably. And it was just so bought up because the demand was so high for it.
Yeah.
I did a
Because on the
bar.
other side of the street from my factory, so my parking lot's attached to it, they make the big signs for Shell and fucking
Right.
Wendy's and whatever. That's crazy.
Right.
In that, because I worked there
Yeah.
for 22 years, fucking beside that sign place.
Well, there's a bar that I opened up and they had the bar and they had to, like you're saying at your cafeteria, they had to get past regulations for that city. The ordinance was that they had to have separation with a stupid piece of plexiglass. Is that your train?
Yeah, man, I live in the crossroads. If I go east, west, north, or south, leave my house, I have to cross train tracks to get out of my neighborhood here.
Do you get used to it? They say you get used to it. Like when you're sleeping, do you wake up when the train comes?
Oh yeah, I'm totally used to it. I don't even, because I like it. So it's weird. There's a really old train here, and they like film movies here all the fucking time on my street and shit. Like that Bradley Cooper guy was here, and I thought I was getting arrested because I like came out and there was cops everywhere, and then I found out it's because he was filming some shit on my street.
Recently?
So really old trains, so they film like old 1800 steam train shit where I like work and live. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was into trains, and when I was a kid, if a steam train was coming, he would know about it, and we'd go to some overpass or something and sit there for half an hour waiting for this old steam train to come roaring by.
Nice. Yeah, you can ride this one here. It has like two of the original old like passenger cars. They're all wood and shit. It's pretty wild. They do like a Halloween one, and they do like some
that's cool.
summer shit, right? And
do they do a Christmas one for what's that movie? Because they got one of those.
No, they don't film here.
Polar
Express. Yeah.
Polar Express. They got one downtown St. Louis in the old train station
It
thing.
just sits during the winter here. They actually come and make fake snow to film like winter shit here at night.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Are you in a major city in Canada?
Toronto. I'm from Toronto.
Oh, okay.
I live on the north end outskirts of the city of Toronto.
Yeah, it's like me. I live in St. Louis, which is the shittiest place in the
I grew up beside the YYZ, the airport there in Toronto, big ass airport. And then as the older I got further out, and now I'm getting to the country kind of, so it's nice.
That's cool.
Escape the city before it's too late.
Last chance, are you in the outskirts of town, or are you in the town?
I'm on the outskirts of town. It depends what you call the outskirts. I live near Baltimore, but certainly not in it.
What state are you in again, Last Dance?
Maryland.
Oh, I've been there. Okay. Frederick. Yeah.
Frederick is not north.
That's where I've been.
Northwest. Yeah.
I didn't realize you lived so close to Baltimore. That's always like number 2 or 3 on the list.
Yeah.
I drive there going to Virginia Beach. It's like near the White House and shit.
Yeah.
Where's
Is it
traffic?
pretty bad? Is Baltimore as bad as they say?
Yes. It's
Like, do you
terrible.
see? So you probably get Baltimore TV stations.
No, I don't get TV stations, but I
You know,
could.
well,
I
like
did when I
your NBC affiliate, you would get Baltimore, right?
I
Are you further
could.
away than that?
I don't have an antenna, and I don't have cable TV. So,
But I mean, you live close.
but I
Your
do live
local
close enough.
news,
It would.
where
Yeah,
is
I could get
okay? Like
Baltimore
my
and
local news is St. Louis news, basically.
well,
But I
I
live 20 something miles outside of
when I
St. Louis.
had cable, we would get both Baltimore and Washington D.C. news channels.
Gotcha.
Um,
So, like the horrible, because it's inner city problems mostly, I'm guessing, that makes Baltimore so bad.
yeah,
So,
absolutely.
like the kids, innocent kids just dying on a regular basis is probably
I mean, it's
common
like
too.
every city. We just had at the southern end of Baltimore, which is kind of I live south of Baltimore. There was a mass shooting the other day,
Hmm.
of which 30 people were shot, and it was just
Wasn't
a
it a
party.
barbecue or
It
something?
was a party.
Yeah,
It was a block
party.
party.
I saw that, and they weren't even reporting it.
It was a black party, and someone just got
Yeah.
It's just insane. And 2 people were killed, and 28 people were injured. And
Hey, Fib, how old are you, man? Because I heard you talking about your son earlier. I think we have a son that's the same age.
49. I'll be, which I won't be here. I didn't get to tell Smokesteve. In I think 3 weeks I'll turn 50.
So is that your oldest son, your 14-year-old?
Just got one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I just have one son too, and he's 13, so that's crazy.
Really? Yeah. I
When you were
was
talking
old.
about it, I could kind of feel the vibes. I know what that's like.
Right, right. I was older. We were like definitely the older parents at the school.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
probably a little bit. You seem a little bit younger. In
I
my
wasn't
crowd.
young when I had my son. Like, I was 30. You know.
Oh,
So I'm 43 in a couple
oh,
weeks.
you look younger than that.
you do look younger.
I'm born July 30th, 1980. So I don't know however that old feels.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You guys probably remember that fucking year. But I don't know.
I can. Ronald Reagan was running for president.
Yeah, and I just graduated high school and was off to college.
Yeah.
I graduated college in 98. I think. 99 or 98. So it's been a long time.
You graduated high
Graduated
school what,
18.
like 97-ish?
96, 97, yeah. You do 4 years here or whatever of high school, I guess. It was
I
5 years
graduated.
before that, but I was in when it ended at grade 12, not 13, because you used to have 13 here. So
Oh wow, you guys do it
Yeah.
different. I graduated in 91. Born in 73. Yeah, 50 years old, man. That's gonna hurt. I know it's coming.
you look young for fucking that age, dude. I didn't. I thought you were my age.
Yeah, I
I
appreciate
thought
it.
you were my age, so I don't know. That's why I asked, right? Yeah.
You made my night. Well, guys, I hate to. There's a voice in my earphones telling me that low battery, and it keeps coming more and more frequent. So before I can't hear you anymore, I have no other viable solution.
Well,
So I'm out of here.
I am exhausted, so I'm
It
gonna.
was,
Yeah. It's good hanging out with you guys.
yeah, you too, man. Good to.
Hey, be
you too.
safe out there. Try your best,
All right,
All right, last dance. It's all on you to shut this bad boy
I
down.
will do it.
All right, take care.
Take it easy, David Lip. All right, everybody. Everybody in the chat, thank you, and everybody who showed up earlier but is gone. Thank you as well. I appreciate, and I know Smokesteve does. I appreciate your participation, whether it was just one comment or a lot of comments. Thank you very much, and we will call it a night. Hopefully, you guys will have a great week and come back again in next Saturday night at 7:30 as usual. And till then, take care.